Hello and welcome everybody to the anime stream that refuses to have a proper name. I'm your main host, Agent Q123. Here with me today is Yuki. Today we'll be going over the entirety of the Spring 2024 anime list.
Yes, at 44-ish new series, it's about as brutal as the heat wave I've been having recently.
Oh my god. We did try to get a little extra help. Unfortunately, sickness, weather, politics all interfere with Belfie, and she will not be able to join us tonight. Or much going. We'll play it by ear for the going forward, but we'll have to see for the rest of that. But Yuki,
unfortunate.
Yep.
She was kind enough to leave us with some thoughts for the season, though, so we may integrate those as we go.
Yep, we will try to mention those because she was in charge of a couple of things. This unfortunately will not be a comprehensive list. Actually, hold on a second. Let me grab you, Yuki. Move you over here with me.
Grab me? Oh no!
Bye, Yuki. I'm not going to even be able to have that up. Other than that, we will be going through the anime tier list for Spring 2024, as previously said. The way our tier list works, we will be covering new shows. This does not include sequel seasons, continuing series from the previous season, spin-offs, side characters getting their own spin-offs also count in this, something like that. The one exception we do currently have to this rule are reboots of the original series, which
yes.
will be relevant this season and next season too, from the looks of it.
Oh dear. Well, I suppose we'll probably start to see a lot of that going forward, actually, if the way Hollywood has been doing things is any indication.
Yeah, to be fair, there are some 70s and 80s, and I don't know about 60s, but I know there's some stuff in the 70s I would definitely like to see get a little bit of love.
It's also not an entirely new thing for Netflix, especially, to be, like, rebooting stuff. I would say that Spice and Wolf is a bit more of an outlier in that regard.
Yeah, I will give you that, and we will get to that in tier time.
I seem to have lost the tier list stream.
Oh, did I? It's still up on my side.
I've got a load spinner for some reason. Oh, okay. Maybe it just doesn't like being in the background? Nope, that's no good. Alright.
Yeah, I think you can't minimize Discord.
It's not minimized, I just have something that's technically full screen in front of it, which it apparently doesn't like. Okay. I'll do things the hard way.
Yay, hard way!
Yay! Oh, apparently that is also not acceptable. That wasn't even the thing I was trying to do.
What's a stream without a little bit of scuff, though?
I know, right? Okay. That be enough? Okay, that looks like that's enough. Alright. Success-ish, I think.
Alright, now that you've got it up, let's start with the first... Well... Actually, let's go over our tier list to start with. So everyone gets a good comprehensive feel for where we're going. Top to bottom here, we're going to start with the S. These are the big, super duper, deluxe mega anime that are going to be remembered for probably at least a year.
Yeah, I personally like to define it as like the stuff that will influence the zeitgeist going forward. At the very least, it should be things that are like masterpieces within their genre, or very groundbreaking in some way.
Yep. Overall, the S will be the hardest to hit tier and should be the thing anime generally aspire to be. Underneath that is the A rank. A rank are the solid as a rock genre, not so much genre defining, but great genre pieces. Stuff that won't stand out, but stuff that'll definitely be up there with things to recommend to your buddies, especially if it is in the genres that they love. Anything more to say about A? Or is that pretty much covered up?
No, that sounds good to me.
All right. B is the... okay, there are some flaws. It might be a little bit too tropey, but it's good. It's solid. I like this show. This is a fun show to watch with me and my friends. This is the one I will recommend in my genres.
Yeah, this is a cut above the usual baseline level of quality.
Yep. And underneath that, we have the C rank. The C rank is a generally, if you like this genre, you'll like this anime. If you don't like this genre, probably don't watch this anime.
Legit.
Finally, underneath that, we have the skip. Well, I normally would put I would like to put F or maybe even D on here. Let's be real. We see the list. You know how many shows are out. This isn't counting sequels. This isn't counting spin-off. This isn't counting the other S rates from continuing on other series or A ranks. If it's not C, if it's not in that genre you like, you are going to skip. We are all going to skip. It's just a skip. Why did you bother making this? This was a waste of everyone's time and money. But for our more experienced and connoisseur of anime fandom, we have the trash.
Yes, for our fine garbage connoisseurs.
And for what trash may be is the it's not so much good, it's not so much bad. It's the tropiest trope that trope. And dear God, have they cranked it up to a formula? And it's so bad it's good, but it's the comfort food. It's, McDonald's sucks. I still ate it today.
Yeah. It's definitely your McDonald's, your Oreos, your Swiss cake rolls, whatever it is that you have as perhaps a dirty indulgence, but nonetheless delicious in its own regard.
Yes, delicious. With that being said, we do have to unfortunately put the one category I am not happy about, but time, people, life, and other things have come to the point where even with trying to take this as a full-time thing, there were things we could not watch. Even with things that get cut out, things we just skip over. There was no getting to some shows this season. There just isn't the time of the day or the night.
Yes. Also, with having unexpectedly lost someone that was supposed to cover a portion of the content list this time.
Yep. So we are going to have the unwatched shows. This is I'm not happy about that, but I realized what there is, and I don't have to take the blame for all of those. Hulu, darn you, Hulu! Wait, no, I want the fist. No, fine. I will work on fist emote at some point.
Ayo.
Yeah, it's Team Stag for furries. They know what they're coming for. All right, but with that, Yuki, would you like to get onto our first show?
Sure. Assuming that I'm doing all this correctly. Sorry, we're doing things a little bit differently than usual. It should be noted that we are not going to be doing the thing that we usually do with playing the trailers. Owing to the sheer amount of series and how long that was taking us to get through a stream, we've opted to drop that methodology this time around. Instead, we've got a nifty image slideshow for y'all. I guess you could call it nifty. And one of these buttons will activate that for me. Is it? No.
You can do it.
There we go. Yes, that's right. It wasn't turning something on, it was turning something off. Okay. Alright, so our first show that we're going to talk about this season is Mysterious Disappearances. This is one I definitely didn't catch. Did you have any insight into this one?
Yeah, this was one of the ones fully under my belt, and I did do a complete watch through this one. This is a horror, I'll go with that. It's a horror mystery show breaking into the different, I want to say yokai, but folk tales, cursed items, cursed objects, and other stuff like that. Followed by our two main characters, the two people directly in front, would you say that's redhead there?
Yeah, I'd call that a redhead.
Redhead with the giant boobs.
Oh, so there are. Okay. I actually didn't notice them under the text.
Yeah, it's it's a lot more prevalent in the show. Like boob parody levels of booba. Her and the other boy generally try running into these mysterious items or other such and either dealing with them or capturing them. There is a fun spectrum of different items, cursed objects, and mythologies of not only of things that exist, but how they can form to be and how urban legends evolve in the series and become reality. Now, the one thing I will say that is in regards to the giant boobed main character who happens to also be a mystery novel writer. So minor spoilers for the first arc to get a feel for it, but she runs into a sacred book that lets her use the power of different curses, which she develops herself, which lets her turn herself back into her 14-year-old body.
Oh, I see. That's where this is going.
Okay, that's the first bit, which kind of goes darker than you. It's okay. That weirdly enough, that starts off a little pervy, yes, but goes into the, I've lost my spark, I've lost my interest. I wasn't as good as I used to be in high school. Where is my drive? Slowly turning back into that drive, that person, that watch, and all that. Slowly coming to, that's like, no, this really isn't me, and this is slowly killing her if she's in that form constantly. But going from there, slowly builds up a. It's kind of weird because they show off all these different people here in the Hangman's Noose in the background. If you notice that, the bloody noose.
Oh, yeah,
very top
yeah.
middle.
So
that's a character.
Yeah, okay. The noose is a character?
Yes.
Interesting.
As well as the cat.
Well, the cat I expected. I would not have anticipated the noose.
Yep. It goes on through all the different characters. Most of them are spin-offs that popped up for at least a single arc and then slowly disappeared.
Yes, well, as the name implies, I suppose we should have expected that.
There is an ongoing plot. The main character of it is trying to gather cursed objects or mystic powers to sell them to the Noose for things that will pop up later in the story. I will say this is a darker story. It does So don't expect a purely happy ending on everyone's front. There are a lot of bittersweet, melancholy bits of life here. It does definitely leave that in on that aspect. Yuki, were you able to catch any parts of the show?
No, I'm afraid I wasn't able to catch any of it at all. There were quite a few like that this season, honestly.
Yep, which is like, while I do have a lot to talk about, this being a mystery show, I'm not going to spoil too much. While there is a lot I would want to get into and a lot of good fan servicey bits that are fun to talk about. Note that the probably 80% of the show is going to be, what would you call that main girl's look there?
Redhead or?
Yeah, redhead.
Because
that is the design they use for the majority of her show.
I don't know what to call that look. Casual tomboy?
Yeah, that's about what I would say on that one. Casual tomboy definitely has that thing. It also has a good feel for somebody in their late to mid 20s who's kind of had that college burnouts in that I don't want to say minimum wage, but that day-to-day shuffle job. This isn't something I want to do. This isn't something I'm going to continue to do, but I got bills that got to be paid kind of bit.
Fair.
So she comes off as really relatable
for
the most part. Although they do fall back on she infiltrates high school and becomes high school girl for a bit too.
Well, I guess that makes her relatable to multiple demographics.
Yeah, and they do like to I say this is a hentai trope, but they love to have her turned back to full-grown woman in clothes and just kind of blow her tops out.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, the top she's wearing literally explodes because it is not able to contain her increased assets.
I imagine that kind of happens when you go from a cup to a triple G in a matter of seconds, but
I guess it depends on how baggy you're dressed, right?
Well, high school uniform.
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure those things are mostly made of, like, wool and synthetic fiber. Not a lot of give in those.
The buttons do not last. They stay... This is a Japanese PG-13. I will say that much.
Fair.
Oh, wrong one. All right. Getting back off the slideshow, since this is going to be purely in my rankings. Oh, let's see here. Where do we throw you?
Yeah, how would you place like the animation quality of it, by the way?
Are you familiar? Okay, are you familiar with more horror style shows? The heavy line usage, the blurry motif to that. Not going to give you really.
Yeah, I mean it varies a bit from show to show, but I think I know what you're going for there.
Not so much the sakuga, but the sheer madness of the event or the horribleness of the creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it really does manage to capture that a lot. Lots of blood in this one.
Okay, horror show, yeah, fair.
Yeah, it's like I said, okay, this, how do I word this? Fuck it. The thing that most balances out horror is horny.
Sounds like I may have missed out on this one.
You want to get two ends of the spectrum that cancel each other out. Horror and horny. I think this is why part of the reason the Jason series gets it so right, just because nothing flips that switch back and forth more than that. Not comfort, not happiness, but the sheer bits on it.
Well, I suppose that's an element that you'd see a lot even in like early American slasher films. because you know there's always the trope where the person like having sex dies first. So like back in the day, you know, you would always get like I think it was somewhere between like 1 and 3 scenes where they were allowed to show boobs and still get an R rating, and they would always max that out.
Yep, I think Jason was the one who popularized that.
Possibly. I don't remember which kind of like was the progenitor, but most of the major series included that aspect.
Yep. But okay, getting back to this, I would be a little bit stricter. I try to keep it on topic for some stuff, just because.
Sure.
Yeah, time, anime, shows. Okay. Getting back to that animation, anything else you would like to be questioned about on this?
No. Sounds good to me because I haven't seen any of it.
Yeah. Oh, just like wondering any questions you can think of you would want to know about this show. Because that might actually be a great way to do this.
Yeah. Well, I like getting back to the animation quality aspect. I see the kind of title screen that we're using here. It feels like implies like a certain butteriness to the animation, and I was just wondering if that actually translated to the series itself.
No, this is just a really well drawn opening. There are some scenes that are really good, especially in the horror, especially in the fan service. But most of your downtime is going to be anime standard, I would say. Nothing outrageous, nothing that was like, but realizing how much time they spent in the high school now. There was at least 1.5 arcs out of the 5 arcs. I think most arcs last around two episodes. I think some were 1 or 2 or 3, and there was at least 1 episode of filler. It involved a bathhouse.
Oh, of course. I mean, it had to be like that, or a beach, or
good old beach episode. But all right, then final ranking. This is not a C. B feels good. A feels A
feels like it's pushing it.
A feels like it's pushing it, but
I mean, we can use kind of the rule. Did we have any other real series in this genre this season?
No, this is that's kind of what I was thinking too. Is this is a genre that, as far as I could tell, is almost non-existent and dead. This is,
we'll call it underrepresented for this season.
Underrepresented, yeah. All right then. Let's see here. So yep, we'll put that in the A. Remember this. As we rank, things might change up too. So, all right then.
All right. Next up, studio apartment, good lighting, angel included. This is definitely one of the ones I did watch.
Oh, good, because I was gonna say it's like I remember I gave this one to Belfie because I got nothing on this one. This is outside my ballpark.
No, this is definitely in my typical watch zone as well. This one, it's honestly pretty run of the mill. A lot of the stuff felt like maybe very slightly above average. Like the animation quality wasn't. It wasn't like at the things have consistency issues and stuff like that level that seems to become almost the norm lately. So it's almost a slight cut above by that standard. But the show wasn't particularly interesting. Like it was cute, but I found it was losing me a lot. And it's probably not a good sign for a show that's supposed to be trading on character appeal when you find yourself not looking at the characters while the show is on. So to that degree, I can't really justify giving this more than like a C. I feel like it kind of almost belongs in the trash category because it is that kind of show, but at the same time, it really doesn't lean hard enough into its trashy quality to be deserving of that, which may partly be why it was not super interesting. Like, it's kind of like the PG version of what was supposed to be an ecchi show.
All right. The one thing I wanted to ask about this was there an ongoing story on this one? Because this one felt very episodic and very slice of lifey.
It was very like harem character of the week genre. There really wasn't, like, the show almost made fun of its own lack of plot a couple of times.
Oof.
Yeah. So I would kind of say no. There was kind of like a basic underlying motif of like this angel is just here to kind of experience things, but that's not really much of an impetus. And mostly it was just an excuse for there to be date scenes. So
is this a healing anime then?
I guess? Like vaguely? It's somewhere vaguely in the like healing / light comedy / harem genre, but a very, very like G or PG harem.
Okay, because honestly, the feel I'm kind of getting from it right now is Oh My Goddess, if you're familiar with that old one.
I am, yeah. I would say it's much tamer than Oh My Goddess, to be honest. Like, it leans into the purity that this angelic main character figure has pretty hard. There's a few exceptions to that here and there. There is a little bit of, like, kind of romantic tension that goes on, but it's mostly just the one human girl, like, freaking out the entire time about how she wants to, like, confess to MC-kun, but can't because he's surrounded by all these beautiful, like, fantasy creatures. It's kind of not got all that much going for it at the end of the day. I can't really justify giving this show more than a C, I don't think.
Honestly, from the way you're just, like, might be my personal bias against this, but, like, this sounds like a skip to me.
Yeah, for you, given, like, the kind of genres you enjoy, I would call this one a skip for you.
Well, that's where the C does line up, but would you say if you like the slow, fast-paced, wholesome shows, this is at least a decent watch?
I think if this is your genre, it's still something that you would probably watch. But if it's not your genre, it's definitely a no-go.
Okay, then I'm going to switch over to the ranking board, and let's get this one up there. All right, we have our first C brand in there. A to C, not a bad start so far. Honestly, I'm looking at the list here, and it's not too bad coming. All right, loading up our next one.
Yep, next up we have I was reincarnated as the 7th prince so I can take my time perfecting my magical ability.
Anybody want to take a wild guess on what this is based off of?
I don't know. Could it possibly be a light novel?
Yeah, I would definitely bet on this one.
Yeah, so I had certain expectations for this show based off of the title, and to some extent even based off of kind of what we see of like the animation quality in the stills, like this title screen, that were greatly defied by this series.
Okay, yeah, we'll put this in here. Why is this animated so fucking well?
Exactly. This show had no business having this kind of outrageous budget.
This is this. All right, we are not talking bad. This show is one of the best looking this season. Out of 44 shows, this one
by a wide margin, yeah.
has some of the best fight scenes, choreography, animation style, stylistic choices. And even in slow scenes where they know they can't keep it up, they manage to do some really interesting and fun work with a bunch of ulterior styles and animations.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like even when they're clearly trying to save a little bit of budget for that Sakuga, they still manage to do it in a way that's very visually interesting instead of like generic mouth flappies like we see in so many series lately.
Good use of blob animation, I like to call it.
Yes, for sure. Now the one thing I will definitely caution about, if like underage characters are a sticking point for you, you'll probably want to give this one a wide berth.
See those shorts in this picture? See how short they are? That doesn't change.
Well, if anything, that is one of the less revealing outfits, especially for the main character, which, by the way, is the prince that we're looking at in the shorts here. And they lean very hard into that, like, very, very femboy to the point of almost being lolly content in this series.
I think at that point you just call it Shorta.
Yes, but Shota, strictly speaking, doesn't need to be feminine at all, which is why I make the distinction there.
Yeah, okay. I can completely agree with that. There is also the busty maid you can kind of see up in the right corner that there are a couple too many, couple being more than one, women who is lust over the right word?
Oh, for sure. Like, openly.
Which, okay, the maid, creepy. No, honestly, all the maids are kind of creepy in that bit.
Yeah, the entire maid squadron is for sure after him.
As for the other mild 2 love interest, the little pink-haired girl behind him, which is kind of chasing after his adult disguise form, which, all right, actual no creepiness there. That's okay, I should say no, that's a bit stalkery, but
yeah, I mean, it wasn't to a stalkery extent. Like, her advances, to the extent she made them, seemed kind of well received, so I think she's probably fine in that regard. If anything, I think if someone were to have problems with her, it would probably be over the fact that when she does encounter him in his non-adult form, she still finds herself really attracted to him. And she herself is kind of questioning why on a regular basis, but...
Yep. And then one girl his own age in the really skimpy clothes.
At least she had a reason for that, as thin of a plot device as that might be.
Here's an argument I was to propose the other day that I've kind of had a hard time putting against. You know, they could just not write it that way.
Yeah, but then it wouldn't be anime.
Yeah, but okay. Other than that, this show, you know, speaking of technically no ongoing plot, this show also does not have a overarching story. This is a very episode to episode show. There are subplots in between that, but for the most part, this is just following the prince as he tries to uncover and learn about more magic.
Yeah, which actually kind of in itself is the plot. Like, the escalation that we see throughout the show almost is the plot itself. But I will say that they do a good enough job of stringing the subplots together to keep it moving and keep it having some sense of purpose, that
Well,
you don't
it's the
really
difference
notice the lack of an overarching plot too much.
Well, this show does what I feel like a lot of shows need to start doing if they want to have an episode-to-episode show, and they that's the best way. I don't want to quite say world building, but the world needs to breathe and grow as it advances.
Yes. The characters need to have an impact on the world around them.
Especially when it's people in this much power fleeing around this much authority and power, I guess. A really good comparison I would say to this would be actually an American cartoon, a regular show.
I haven't watched very much of that one, so I can't really comment on that comparison.
I don't quite want to say Adventure Time, but it's one of those. There is kind of a background story going on, but but the main story does not or the main episode does not affect that story.
Yeah, and I think part of the world building sort of thing that you were just talking about too, in terms of like impact, is also the fact that there's a meaningful change over time in the relationships that the character has with the other characters and how they see him, and that kind of reflects a certain type of growth in its own right. Like, even if the character themselves is like super OP, we see them growing socially as the series moves forward, which gives a sense of progression in the show.
Yep. And if you notice the little horn demon fluffy mascot looking thing over there, probably the most story progression out of any character in this show, or character progression.
In some senses, yeah. I mean, they definitely... It's kind of weird how that works, but they definitely have an arc.
Although I do kind of miss the fact that his pet dog isn't in the title screen.
Fair.
You didn't like the giant ball of fluff?
I don't know. I kind of felt like the dog was more of like a throwaway joke that kind of stuck around a little too long.
I love how everyone just rides this. He's just... imagine a dog the size of a minivan, but not like a wolf, but like a Pomeranian, like fur-wise.
Yeah, like, it was fine as like an additional mascot character of sorts.
Well, the mascot character they had kind of turned into a main character.
That's
like,
true,
legit
yeah.
character. God. Like I said, if you can get over all of that weird Japanese style fan service, this is a wonderful show.
Yeah,
just
like,
has that big asking price on it.
I would say I'm fairly comfortable that this is one of the few choices that would potentially be an S-tier show this season. It wasn't super groundbreaking or anything, but it was very, very technically solid. The art alone was enough to really, in my eyes, say that a genre like this doesn't usually receive that kind of attention, and that, to me, is noteworthy enough in and of itself that it could elevate it to that status.
Yep, and while I have not read the light novel, I am a manga reader of this particular show. I will say some more interesting stuff will happen, I believe, but there is more to be told here, and there is a lot going on. It's just... All right. If we want to get into
For
final
a
rankings,
little bit of context, too, I just want to throw out there that the fights, especially towards the end of this series, absolutely put the best combat in Dragon Ball Z to shame, without all the crazy long filler in between. So if you're looking for an understanding of just how like breathtaking the combat that we're talking about is, picture that.
you know, I honestly, I would put this up. I would put the final fight in this show, I would put it up there with some of the best JoJo fights.
Yeah, it's definitely one of, like, the sheer amount of the runtime that it encompassed at that level of action is very rarely seen.
And we're not talking just choreography either, too. It's like the fight itself is a well thought out battle against two people who have outrageous OP fuck you levels of abilities, and both of them just sitting there. All right, how do I deal with this?
Yep, for sure.
And you get to see that played out on. I'm sorry, it's like I can enjoy a good choreographed, good animated fight, but if it's two guys yelling at each other and shooting beams for a half hour, even I get a little tired of that. Now that I've consumed way too much anime.
Yeah, but this definitely had like a mind game layer on top of that. It almost feels like a mashup of genres in that regard. Pulling, inspiration pieces from multiple different areas in order to weave together something that was very impressive. So this one gets very high marks in my book. Definitely would recommend to anyone who can not be immediately put off by its more fan servicey elements.
Okay, I know you were saying S, but a little piece of me kind of wants to put this into A. This is just an all around very solid show.
That's fine as well. Like, it kind of teeters a little bit between those categories. Because, like, again, I don't feel like this one is actually going to kind of change the anime landscape. It's just very, very solid to the point where I would say that it's unusual enough that I give it additional credit for that.
Yep. All right. So yeah, which is what about A should be. So we will leave it there then. Oh, right then. Let's see here. 2 A's and a C so far, and we are moving into. Oh right, Bartender, The Glass of God.
Yeah. I did end up catching the first episode of this show. I will say that for me personally, this one really didn't catch me at all. But I am a person that has zero appreciation for alcohol or alcohol culture. So I'm really, really outside the target audience for this show, I feel.
Oh, I can completely understand that one. That that feels like the theme of the season so far. Of these are episodic shows with just life going on. But Bartender here, basic image there with the aforementioned bartender sitting at the front. If you have, like you was saying, if you have the appreciation and love for not only like high end bars, high end drinks, high end liquors, but the kind of context they go into, this show is a goddamn masterpiece. Like, if you want to see high end, I don't want to say food porn because it's drinks, but uh, you know, that food wars quality of them cooking of their meat of their dishes to where a glass of perfection, and not just getting why you do it, or not just getting how they do it, but why, all down to all the little different ways to do it, the mixing, the processing, why
Yeah,
certain
all
types of.
the detailed technical aspects.
Yeah, this is also a high technical anime, but on top of that too, you also. Oh, it's.
I want to liken it to the initial D of alcohol.
You're not far off. But on top of that, it just doesn't shove different drinks down your throat. Every episode generally has a character or person they follow besides the aforementioned bartender and anyone else that might be around him. And you kind of get to see them come in, them kind of have their life, and then talk to this bartender over their drinks. I want to call this a healing anime too. No, just
I think that's accurate. It seems to have that quality to it.
yeah, just from how good it was. I think it was. What? So you said you watched the first episode.
Correct. Yes.
Right. The drink they go over in episode 1 is a screwball.
Highball.
Which, was it highball? All right, highball.
Fairly sure it was highball. Yeah.
I'm not great with drink names, so this one shows through a lot of me. But it goes down to not only is this like a drink that somebody who's just getting off work, who's had a hard day, who's had all this stuff. It's not a Coke and rum. It's a Coke and no, it's a
neither. It was soda, like soda water, I guess. And not rum. It was. I'm not great with drinks and alcohol myself, but it was
vodka, I think.
No. It was definitely one of the other
whiskey?
Possibly whiskey, yeah, something like that nature.
And it goes into the like, all right, I'm making this with a little bit less whiskey, a little bit more soda in it, but I'm also using hardened ice so it won't melt as quick and it won't dilute it. So you can sit there and sip on your light alcoholic drink and not have it get more watered down as you're relaxing.
They also used a good trick in episode 1 that I'll mention because it's fresh in my mind, which is that the character in question who received that drink had ordered that very drink at a different restaurant earlier in the episode and complained that it was too weak, and the bartender there told her that she'd waited too long and the ice had melted too much.
Yeah, so it definitely does a good juxtaposition. I don't think the later episodes quite did that same trick, which good on them for not falling back on the same old trope over and over and over again, but there is a...
Yeah, I feel like there was a good story connection there as well, because the bartender was there to witness that, which also gives us as the audience an insight into how he was able to arrive at that being the perfect drink for her. Because we know he also remembered a lot of small details, like that she had a loose button on her shirt, and
a very observant thing. Like this show wants to say a bartender is the equivalent to a pharmacist or a doctor. Someone you come to tell your worries, to help you get through the day. And this show definitely delivers on that cozy, calming feeling. I also do know, for anyone who wants to mention it, because if I don't, we comments. This is I believe, a full reboot of of the same show. I thought it might have been just a lookalike, but no, apparently this is a reboot of this.
Interesting.
And quite an old manga too. Part of the reason why I think they pointed out to he's not good with technology, so the reason why he doesn't have anything on him.
Yeah, unable to answer his cell phone.
Cell phone? What's that? Those giant bulky things? All right. Rating for this one. It's gonna take a minute. Belthy also was part of this one. Wants to give that an S. A piece of me wants to throw that up there in the S tier too.
Really? I wasn't really quite getting those vibes from episode 1 personally, but again, it was really outside my genre and my knowledge base.
Like I said, this is, if you want to do a technical anime, a feel-good anime, drinks come up on me. An episodic show that also develops it's like everything this show does, it does right, and it does it in such a unique and interesting. I don't want to say, it does it with such a unique and interesting topic, because there is, once you get into proper drink technicals, I want to say, I guess. There's just so much to learn there, so much to do, that it can be it let me put it this way: the human race has loved to drink as a collective and independently over every culture. We have made some interesting drinks and figured out the absolute best way to drink them.
It is also noteworthy that that this kind of bar culture is something that has a very, very strong following in Japan, and that drinking is such an integral part of the requisite social life for the average salary worker. But that said, like, I am going to leave the judgment on this one to you, but from my side, in my limited experience of the show, I would probably have put this one at more of like a B or an A, if only because it didn't have the ability to grab me as someone who was coming in from the outside and who didn't have an appreciation of that. Like, that is the, to me, the key difference between this and something like Initial D. Initial D, as a technical anime about cars, which I had no interest in, was able to grab me and pull me into that world and give me an appreciation for it. This anime, I didn't feel I probably would have continued with even if I had the time.
I can understand that one. I will put this at the top of A at the moment. Maybe something else will switch me up, but I will stick with that. A little piece of me feels like it should be an S, but I can also feel that not hitting somebody outside of it. I can put that in the solid genre lovers will love.
Yeah. That said, like, both you and Belfie did give it an S, so I wouldn't really complain if you decided to put it in that category. Just wanted to make sure I was giving my, feedback as well.
that is kind of why I like to have slightly different opinions, and one of the biggest reasons I try to get people who aren't just carbon copies of my likes. There is something to be said for somebody looking out in different genres coming into this.
For sure.
And that needs to be thought of. All right, let's see here. Image slideshow. What do we have up here next?
Tsunari no Yokai-san. Okay. This one I actually ended up watching only one episode of, which is probably going to be surprising to you. That is despite the fact that I felt that this series was incredibly good. I just did not have the emotional capacity available to me to watch more of it this season.
This is the heaviest show on this list. I don't know why. I don't know how. This show hits you like goddamn Truck-kun.
Oh yeah, frankly, don't watch this show if you are not prepared to have an emotional breakdown. If you are not crying by the end of episode 1 of this show, something is amiss.
Yeah, it's this. Unfortunately, I have to do the same bit on there. It's like after I watch episode 1, I think I tried skimming through 2, and it was just, this show it's beautiful, it's well done, the world is fascinating, all the different yokai lore is amazing.
I also want to point out that the face on that bird person does not do this show justice. This show is incredibly well animated. It is almost Ghibli-esque.
I would say it is, like, some scenes do get Ghibli. It's so...
It definitely has those sort of vibes. If you're familiar with the Japanese concept of ma, that is something that Ghibli embraces very strongly, and that this show does an extremely good job of emulating.
Yep. With that being said, do we have to throw us in the unwatched?
I don't know. I mean, I guess neither of us really watched more than one episode of it, so it's hard to give it a fair shake. Maybe it's worth tossing it there officially, but I think unofficially, you know, even just based off of episode 1, even if you don't watch any of the rest of this show, episode 1 alone is easily a B or an A tier, in my book. Like, anything that's able to have that level of devastating, weaponized emotional impact definitely deserves, you know, some degree of recognition.
All right. I'll give it our first B, just because that's going to be a bit of a hard pitch, and neither of us are too certain on it. Sound good?
Sure, fair enough.
All right then. First B, a lot of A's. So yeah, this season was. I wanted to say fairly good, but we're slowly just getting started here.
Next up we have Astronaut. I only watched one episode of this one as well. This one was freaking weird. If that is your type of anime, and if you really love things that are more of that kind of like retro 90s style, this will probably be a solid hit for you. But I think you've watched a lot more of it, so I'll let you take it from there.
Okay, so this is rom-com the right word I get for that? This?
I mean, it has kind of a rom-com element to it. Like, it definitely emulates a lot of those kind of classic, like, oh my goddess kind of style shows.
Like, the first thing that pops into my brain is Third Rock from the Sun.
It has a little bit of that quality to it, too, yeah. Not an anime, for those not familiar. That's an American comedy series. But a reasonably funny one.
Yeah. That being said, this is a rom-com about a group of people living in a joined home.
Yeah, a group home. Like, that's almost its own genre of shows. Like that old style like group home or dormitory setting that we really don't see much of these days.
You know, it's really fallen out of favor. That being said, this is also a romance. You see a lot of the characters, they do go pretty in depth to. So, like, a lot of interesting designs, all that. We have people who are writers, a dad who is a professionally unemployed, a girl who is I guess I would say struggling idol.
Underground idol, I think, is how she brands herself.
Yep. The quote unquote main character, the guy in blue on the front, is a chef they've hired into the place. He basically will cook everybody's food in the morning and at night, I believe.
I think he was hired only specifically for breakfast, if I recall.
Yeah,
maybe that changes in later episodes.
He cooks more because he likes because he actually is a professional chef.
Oh yeah.
So he likes cooking.
It's from that aspect. It also, I think, has a little bit of kind of that food porn element to it. On top of that.
Yep. And then you have the main love interest, the owner of the Astral Note, or proprietor runner, I guess. I'm not really sure how landlord.
Yeah, kind of landlord, like manager, landlord.
Yep. Who happens to be an alien princess here to find the sacred key so she can win back her homeworld and take the throne.
Because why wouldn't that be what's happening?
Oh yeah, and her dog's also an alien who's the same species that she is. Yeah, the poodle and her are the same species.
The poodle, by the way, reminds me a lot of, like, Muttley from, like, the old...
That's
US
what
cartoons.
it was. God damn, I could not place it. It was just like, oh my god, he's fucking Muttley. He's Muttley. He is Muttley. The other side character there is pseudo love rival from the home planet trying to help her win. There's a lot there to unpack. There's a lot there in the story. Right. One thing I really do want to mention that probably no, I think even in America that's kind of big. So the unemployed dad you can kind of see sitting on the roof with the glasses, the very old style lanky guy. His son also lives with him. I don't believe they ever mentioned the mother. Little suspenders, the glasses, the nerdy kid.
Yeah.
Also loves drag.
Oh, I guess that shows up in later episodes.
The end of his story arc in the last episode was, his friend comes over and they catch him in a skirt.
Huh. Interesting.
And then from there he's like, you know what? I like dresses. I'm going to wear a dress to school. I just like being like this.
Huh. Oh, that's interesting representation that I was not expecting from this show.
Neither was I. It caught me really off guard since it happened in the space fight where the lodge turned into a giant cat robot and they're fighting off evil space fish that wants to marry her because she's a widow.
I feel like that all kind of undermines it a little bit.
This show is just that weird.
Yeah,
by the
like
way,
that's the show's strength is it's weird AF. Also, its weakness, it's weird AF.
Yeah, because he brings this up to his dad as they're all in the main lounge eating and drinking like their dinner while the fight's going on. Which, by the way, there is this place itself, and they are fighting once again a giant. They're fighting in a giant cat robot against an invading army of fish people.
You know what? I from what I did see of this show, I can 100% see those characters sitting there at the table, eating, completely unperturbed by the events around them.
Against a fish emperor that wants to marry her because she's a widow.
Hey, if the dogs are the same species, why not the fish people?
No, they specifically say it's from a different planet.
Okay, fair enough, but...
Which is like why are you... I love one of the things like it's like, you're just like your mother like this. I did the same thing to her.
Oh. You know, that's another show that this kind of probably is drawing from and is a little bit similar to the Lum series. I feel like has a lot.
That.
Oh, okay. Is there something I can pull up real quick to? Well, I'll let you just Google Lum. I'm sure you'll recognize the character if you see her. The series is actually technically called something else, but I'm drawing a blank on the actual name of it.
What's the name?
Lum, L-U-M.
This is an anime?
Yeah.
Oh, right, the Oni girl thing.
Yeah. She's very, very well known. At least her character design is.
There before, I believe it was during one of our off seasons. They rebooted her show on High Dive.
Correct. Yes, there was a new reboot made of it. Wasn't bad, but I can't say I am super familiar with the original. Anyway, getting a little off topic.
Stuff and things. Yep. All right. So, all right. If you want a
whatever the heck this is.
If you want a comedy where you could just get inebriated up to a fun bit, invite some people over, and just go, what the ever living. This is a good one. This is a fun show. That being said, this show is not for everybody. Not at all. I would put this in B. This is going to be probably a high B.
It definitely had solid production values, so that feels reasonably fair to me.
The animation feels old, but modernized.
It feels intentionally old. It feels like a reminiscent, an echo of what was before.
Yep. Alrighty then. Let's see here. So we have 3A, 2B, and a C.
Oh, reverse pyramid we're building here?
Yeah, I guess. We'll see how it goes. Next up, we have...
Viral hit, how to fight. This one is going to be all you. I did not catch any of this. Pretty outside my typical strike zone.
Yep. No arguments. I was apparently we're also not following the order in the list now.
Oops.
But
aw.
I no idea why. Okay, but we are synced. Okay, so this is a technical shonen anime, I would say, where the technical similar to Dr. Stone in style of what it wants to do and how everyone power scales. No, you learn this technique and then you're stronger because you can now do this where they can't. Although I almost don't quite want to say that because it's also a thing where you're learning fighting techniques. So, but okay. So actually going to plot. Viral Hit is about, I can remember his cameraman's name. I can't remember the main guy's name.
Uh-oh, that doesn't bode well for the series.
Well, it's about a kid slowly becoming an online, I don't quite want to say influencer, but content creator through the different fights and him fighting his school bullies. Through the things he learns and the things he does, he not only gets more followers, starts making more money to help himself at home, but starts building that confidence up as he gets better at what he does. Being able to put your high school bully into a chokehold and knock him out does a lot for your confidence. That being said, a lot of the stuff they do for the fighting side, they get the training right. They get the, hey, I don't have access to any kind of equipment or any kind of a facility or anything that normally you would think of you would use for this kind of thing. And him figuring out ways to still get his workout, still build his techniques off his master, who is a YouTuber who runs a fighting instructional channel while wearing a giant chicken head.
Yeah, that feels very reminiscent to me of like that other recent series where they had like the muscle builder in the chick head that they had to collab with. I think it might have actually been like Oshi no Ko that was on.
No. Oh yeah, no, Oshi no Ko. Yeah, no, you're talking about that. I'm starting to wonder if that's just a YouTube style in Japan or something, honestly.
Probably. But, I mean, muscle dudes do have their own following for sure over there.
Neat. But besides that, it also goes into the YouTube side of things. Because our three main characters up front here are the main guy who learns to fight and does the fighting, his cameraman there with his phone set up and recording, and the girl in yellow who all right, so while they figure out YouTubing, actor, cameraman, she becomes out as an editor, which I am looking for an editor. Please, if you have an idea, send me some of your work. I am willing to hire people out. I do not have time for editing, and I have content I would like to make.
Understandable. Editing is brutal. It takes a lot of my time, and I won't claim to be great at it.
Oh God, it's part of the reason. I have put the other series I was working on with you down for a minute. It's just I did not have time to do the editing. She has a weird quirk of she learned Japanese, or I think this is technically a Korean show.
I can see that. It has those kinds of character designs to it.
Yep. She learned that native language from textbooks from 50 years ago.
This might be slightly off topic, but I was just ruminating on how it is that I'm able to kind of differentiate that. And I think the answer is that in the Korean character designs, they have this tendency to make all of the characters feel taller. Does that make sense?
I can kind of see what you mean when they pull it up there.
Yeah, like they're kind of stretched vertically compared to what we're used to seeing.
Yep. So the interesting thing about like her quirk is she talks like an old man. So she is a. I can't remember if she was there in high school or I think pretty sure high school, but she is a high school freshman who talks like she's 50 years old.
Oh, Gigi Kanako?
Kind of. It's like they translate it as like you whippersnappers.
Well, that was just like old man girl.
Yeah, I think they actually pull a nickname like that for her at one point.
Nice.
But it's very good because it's not like while. All right, let me get the story bit down on this one. It's while it does start off as a bully, it's like it runs into the content creator's conundrum of, oh, I fought and beat my school bully and that got a ton of views. What next? What do I do next? Like, I can't just go fighting up on it's, and it kind of goes into that. Like the first one is the school bully, the second one is just another bully floating around. The third one's where it gets kind of interesting because they pull up. He gets into a fight with another channel. The Comedy Crew, a group that pulls pranks on people and films them for videos, where they go into a bit more of the technical bits of, you know, how some of these videos are made, how a lot of these prank channels actually operate, and how some of them are, downright staged to, oh no, they just go around fucking people, and then the ones they record that don't want to, break their teeth and they let go, or other stuff like that. And not only do you see the main character get better and figure out he actually likes doing this, but he also finds that he enjoys the art of fighting and other stuff like that. Which, okay, it sounds like making
Wasn't
YouTube
that
videos
the name of a series?
Well, there are a lot of those like that. I think the one that springs to my mind is Hajime no Ippo, but the boxing one. But it kind of turns on to it's he's basically learning MMA style fighting, because it's not just I need to learn this technique for this fight. It's like he goes into basic training, low kicks, taekwondo. I think the last guy he fights, it's I forget what the heck it's called. It's Korean sumo wrestlers, and he has to fight. Well, he has to fight a guy that has nearly 2 feet and 300 pounds on him. And that fight goes about it as well as you would expect. Weight categories are there for a reason, people. A very, very big reason. You do not fight somebody above your weight class, generally. And at the very end, it comes down to, oh, yeah, this weight class is impossible.
Yeah. Like, I feel like it's more interesting when they manage to turn it around, but also more predictable when they do that.
Yeah. Well, it kind of comes down at that fight at the end, because it was supposedly he was a kind of a stalker, and at the end of it, it's like, oh no, this was a horrible misunderstanding. And they all kind of caught down, like, we're sorry, man. Like, no, it's like you were also trying to help here. We're all cool. We're cool. It was kind of a fun fight too. Hey, everybody on the video, catch you all later. This guy rocks. I really appreciated and loved so much of this. the choreography for how they do all the fights was amazing. And while there are a lot of what do you call the scenes where they're just standing around talking?
Boring? Exposition, I think, is what you're going for.
Yeah, a bit. What's even exposition? But them just kind of talking, or they love to have the chicken head guy just on screen staring at you talking. Which I don't, not even lip flaps to animate on that one.
Okay, so question for you, because what comes to mind as a parallel for me is like history's strongest fighter Kenichi. How do you feel that this kind of compares and stacks up to that, if you've seen
it? I know of that one. I haven't caught a lot of that one. I would say this is in a more modernized version of that. Fighting isn't while it is a big part of this, it doesn't just purely focus on that. The streaming side of that, which feels so weird talking about that on this show.
Well, we have to get used to that, because especially next season, it's already shaping up that that's becoming a more and more common theme.
Yeah,
and this isn't even the only streaming-related show this season.
What?
It's not.
Oh, that's yay. No, I guess that was just on my side. But it does a lot of good things. I won't say this is on an S side, but I'm very much enjoying a lot of the stuff here. All of the characters are interesting. Nobody here is just, I'm this. Okay. There is one, like, the actual MMA fighter in the high school who acts like the bully tries to go, you want to, oh, sorry, man. Sorry. You think, nope. Okay, good. Yeah. Sorry about that, man. Sorry. I do kind of like that. Realize, oh yeah, no, this guy chokes people out for his pastime professionally. Like, he's a legit MMA fighter. License and everything. And it does kind of go, because the main
license to choke.
Yeah. I'm only saying that up because that's like one of his known moves. It's the reverse chokehold.
All right. We've probably spent a fair amount of time on this one already. Where would you say this goes in the rankings?
Yep, I'm talking too much here. I want to say this is a solid B. A little PSV wants to put it up in A, but if this is outside your genre, you will bounce off of it. If there's something you can rotate into it on, you will enjoy it. Other than that, not so much. If you're interested in about making streaming content or fighting in a modern day setting, great watch. If not, probably want to skip.
Sounds fair to me.
All right. Next up, which even we don't know what's after this point.
Grandpa and Grandma turn young again. I did watch the first episode of this and dropped it after that. How about you?
I saw this, skimmed, watched the opening, and gave it to Belfie.
Yeah, so Belfie did give us some feedback for this one. Belfie gave this one a B tier. Kind of said, teetering between B and C. Nice, feel good, not for everyone. Some of the antics aren't for all. I think that last part is particularly important because, wow, does this show have heavy incest thirsting going on. As soon as these characters turn young again, especially the grandpa, like, all the female family members drool over Grandpa right from episode 1.
The elder dick.
Literally the progenitor. Okay, that aside, from my side, with what I did see of this series, I was not, like, I was expecting this to be something that was more in, like, kind of the heartwarming category, like getting a second chance at life, and like getting an opportunity to kind of start over and enjoy the things that you missed when you were going through the first time. It is not that at all. It is 100% a weird little, like, bit sketch comedy show that seems like it probably came, it probably evolved from, like, a 4 coma. And, like, each episode is divided into, like, probably 20 or 30 little bit segments that are unrelated to each other. And I really felt like the central kind of premise and joke just didn't have enough oomph to sustain that. Like, it was already getting pretty old by the end of episode 1, which is why I didn't continue it. So I can't really recommend giving this higher than, like, a C, personally. There was nothing terribly outstanding about it in terms of, like, the animation quality or anything like that. And I really feel like, if anything, this show kind of disappointed me with the missed opportunity of where it could have gone with this premise.
Yeah, Belfie did not leave too many good things either on this one. This was definitely well, that being said, we got a B or C rank from Belfie. We got a C rank from you. Would you like to throw this up on a C or an unwatched?
I feel like this is probably pretty comfortably a C category, with the caveat that if incest heavy themes make you uncomfortable, especially from a teenage girl directed at her newly younger grandpa, you're probably going to want to give this one a wide berth.
All right, so we have we're starting to make a pillar there. Almost got fingers going. All right, moving on to hopefully something we've watched.
Train to the End of the World. This one I did watch all the way through. I'm guessing this was probably a skip for you?
I watched a good I have a soft spot for utter weirdness.
Fair.
And this scratched that itch pretty well.
Yeah, it definitely has a lot of that element going on. Okay, well, basic premise of the show, the not quite main character, who we don't see in this cover image, activates the 7G connection for Japan for the first time, skipping 6G from 5G and going straight to 7G, connecting the minds of everyone in Japan, which goes horribly wrong and creates a nightmare hellscape from which there is no return. Except that there is.
Imagine if the internet became reality.
I wouldn't say that exactly. It has more of, like, 70s acid trip vibes than that, to be honest.
I'll argue that.
And it definitely very clearly episodically pulls on, different identifiable sources. Like, there's 100% in Alice in Wonderland episode, and there's also one that's, well, obviously one that's very clearly zombie related. Just kind of like the zombie genre in general, I guess.
Yeah.
And like a Gulliver's Travels episode. So, like, underneath all this weirdness is a lot of, like, famous literature and well-known properties and sources that they've kind of layered this Japanese weirdness on top of, in some cases multiple layers deep. The Alice in Wonderland episode, for instance, they bothered to create a whole fake Japanese Alice in Wonderland based series to then base the episode off of. In any case, the animation in this show is definitely very strong. The only real nitpick I have is that the train itself, they for some reason decided to use some slightly subpar CGI on when doing the close-ups for the controls, which feels like a really weird choice for a show that is about the train to the end of the world. But whatever. I'm sure it was a budget thing or something like that. In any case, like it stood out partly because the rest of the animation is so gorgeously hand-drawn. I will say that towards some of the later episodes, it started to lose me a bit. Like, it just got, like, the shock value of the weirdness kind of wore off, and it kind of dragged a little in terms of pacing.
It was pulling on a bunch of well-known literature, and it kind of expected you to, oh, this is so cool. It's while the worlds it explored were interesting, the problem was you'd seen a lot of them. It felt like, and once you got over the fact of you're seeing these girls in those worlds again, or in that type of world, it kind of wore a little bit.
Yeah. Also, if it had another weakness, it was probably that it didn't do a good enough job of really getting us invested in the character that they were trying to save before setting us out on this journey to save her. Or during that journey, really, for that matter. It wasn't until the last couple of episodes that we ever really even saw her again, and even then, they didn't really do a great job of making her feel like someone that you would want to save or protect.
That's kind of the weird part. It came down to I don't quite want to say basic high school drama.
No, I know what you're getting at, though. Like, the overriding plot was basically all driven by a moment of teenage angst that resulted in regret. And so the main character's entire impetus here is trying to resolve her own regret and guilt over what she said to her friend. And I'm just not sure that feels believable enough as a motivation to go through the kind of obstacles that they went through. Because it isn't even until nearly the end of the series that they find out that reversing the effects of 7G is even a possibility. Like, that's not something that they set out to do. What they set out to do was just to go see her friend, and like that just...
And it very much
they risked death so many times.
Yeah, and it is very much established in episode 1. This will be a life-threatening, horrible journey. Like, you see people who do traveling for a living, and they rolled up in armored vehicles with guns, and even they're like, yeah, we think we're the last caravan still operating. It's getting so bad out there.
Oh yeah, and not only that, but there were like spears sticking into their armor, and like that armored convoy was beaten up.
Yeah, it's basically here's a Mad Max equivalent armored convoy, and now these 4 high school girls in this train with I think they brought the little Shiba dog and a fern with them.
A Japanese bitter melon.
You know, if I ever get another dog, it's probably going to be a Japanese breed, because those things just seem like to be the coolest, most relaxed dogs ever. And we're going to go to Shibuya. How far is that? We don't know anymore.
Yeah, the entire geography of the world warped and expanded when the 7G event happened.
Reality took a hit of acid.
So, for my part, I would say this show is probably, like, B tier. Did you have any thoughts?
B is about where I wanted to throw this to.
Sounds legit to me. I think, yeah, if this isn't your style, you're probably not going to have a great watch here. At the same time, if you want to, admire some pretty high quality animation, then, this is a good place to look at some of that.
Or if you've just taken a couple tabs of acid, might be a fun watch.
Officially, the runners of this channel do not support the use of drugs for disclaimer purposes.
Correct. Yes. All right, on to the next show.
Yes. Next up, we have How to Love Your Elf Bride, an Archdemon's Dilemma.
Okay, so Yuki, did you watch this one?
Oh yeah, I watched this one all the way through.
Yeah, so did I. This is a it's very, I don't want to say slice of life, but heavy romance fantasy show.
Yeah, a little bit outside your usual area, I would say. At least at the surface level.
The more and more I go through these seasons, the more and more I don't mind romance. I hate slice of life repetitiveness.
Fair.
Especially that doesn't have any kind of ongoing plot or story elements.
So it's probably fair to say that what you dislike is something that only has romance driving it.
Yes, probably.
Gotcha. I don't really feel like this show needs a super in-depth explanation. It's cute. It's kind of trashy.
Kind of.
Yeah. It definitely has its trash-heavy moments. But it's not entirely trash-based. Like, there's definitely some attempt at having, like, a plot there.
There are some questionable bits. The plot overall is almost exactly what you have in the thing. It's like a eldritch sorcerer kind of falling in love and getting an elf bride through eldritch sorcerer means, but not so much coercion or slavery, but
well,
just kind
technically, literally slavery, but
I mean, he tries to fix that right off the bat, like that.
Yeah, to his credit, like that's not something that he was like looking to perpetuate, but he did literally buy her.
Yeah.
At auction.
Japan, please stop using that trope. Please. Overall, I think the thing that really set this one up for me is you don't just see like the basic love story of, oh, will they, won't they, do they kind of like you? It's like the cover definitely has them looking very I don't want to say sooned, but kind of like neither one of them want to talk about that, but it actually progresses the romance, it progresses the world, it progresses everything in this. And I really want to bring that up because I hate stagnant shows.
Not just the romance, but the relationship itself. Like, through the course of this show, they arguably go through like all the stages of a relationship, from like first meeting each other to having a child, and sort of like bringing even like a grandpa figure somehow into the mix.
When do you get to the butler stage again in a romance? When does that happen?
Yeah, right. I know. But yeah, no, I would say it was decently well done. There were some very cute fan service scenes mixed in there. For the most part, the characters are reasonably enjoyable and solid. It definitely has its rough edges as well.
I was gonna say there's nobody in this show I outright hated that I wasn't supposed to hate.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. And they even do a pretty good job of like playing with who you are and aren't supposed to like at a given time in the show. So, kudos there. Oh, geez. There are some bad CG effects and enemies at certain points. The
animation was not a key point for this show.
I mean, there were certain aspects of the animation that were really nice. Like, you can tell that they really put the budget in the places where it mattered most, which was, like, making the elf bride cute. But for sure, there were limitations to that budget.
Yep, this was a team of animators who probably didn't either have the time or the money to go all out as much as they wanted to, but they knew where to put their efforts when they needed it.
Yeah, I can agree with that. So I would say this one is probably, if we're not calling it hot trash, it's probably close to B tier-ish.
If this was an isekai, it would be straight in the trash.
For sure.
Yeah, a B. I'll say a solid mid-tier B again.
Fair to me.
I'm gonna move Astral Note down a little bit. Yeah. All right, I like that lineup a little bit better.
All right.
Okay, let's see. Oh, there we are. Next show. What do we got here?
Next up, the banished former hero lives as he pleases. I honestly, I can't even call this show a trash. I feel like I have to, like, I feel obligated to say that this show should be a skip.
If you can see by the effort we put in on this slideshow, this thing doesn't even cover the full banner. This show is normally what we would call trash is a show that's enjoyable. It revels in its tropes and loves them. This show is a book of tropes that had a medium budget, a medium story, and was put out to fill a time slot.
I would say a subpar budget, to be honest. Like, the animation in this show is really, really rough at times.
Oh.
Like, the characters with eyes that aren't looking the same direction for extended periods of time, anatomy that doesn't make any sense. And these are the characters that are supposed to be, like, it'll be a scene where you're supposed to be like, wow, look at how cute this girl is, and she's all, like, Picasso'd out.
On top of that, the story, I want to say mid, but it's...
No, it's definitely below mid.
It's like, they're nothing remarkable and only minor things to annoy you.
Yeah, it barely even manages to successfully string itself together.
I have hate to bring up later, which I'm going to save. We're going to throw this in the skip. Don't watch this.
Speaking as two fans of garbage isekai, this is not worth your time.
This is distinctly in both of our strike zones for different reasons. Neither of us like it. Skip. All right. What do we got next?
Next up is the many sides of voice actor radio.
Did Delphi have a thing for this one?
Correct, Vex. It's not worth time. Alright. This one I definitely did watch all the way through. Did you happen to give this one a watch?
I forgot this one was on the list.
That is a resounding no. Alright, well, as one might guess, this is definitely a very, like, Yuri bait show. So, also, again, if, scenes of, like, mild sexual tension and not especially sexual, but mildly sexual, maybe nudity between two teenage girls are an issue for you, maybe give this one a wide berth.
I thought this was post-high school.
Oh no, they are 100% still high schoolers, and they make a big point of the fact that they are trading on their youth, and that if they aren't able to, be successful quickly enough, then that aspect will fade for them and no longer prop them up, and they will fail in their career choice. And by being on a timeline there, I mean they have 2, maybe 3 years to succeed. Like, by the time you're out of high school, it's over for you, if you haven't already built a fan base. And that is not untrue. That is an accurate reflection of the state of this profession in Japanese culture. So, like, that is kind of a strength of this show. I had said during our previous, entry discussion for the season on this, that it wasn't a very technical show. And that was kind of true in the first couple of episodes, but it definitely did do a lot more of the technical side of things in some of the later episodes. Maybe not in the technical sense of, like, the technology used or the exact techniques, but technical in the sense of, like, what goes on behind the scenes, and, like, the struggles that voice actresses, and in particular idol voice actresses, go through in order to try to achieve success. And the ways, in some cases, that they may overcome some of those hurdles. This show, again, there were definitely times when this one kind of lost my interest a little bit, but they were relatively brief. It was a pretty solid show. I think if the premise interests you, of, like, following 2 characters who are young professional idol VAs, has appeal to you, and, like, seeing their kind of career path behind the scenes a little bit, then this is definitely a good watch. Also, conversely to what I was saying earlier, if you're the type of person who is a fan of girls of this age filling up each other's chests in the bath together, then this is gonna be a show for you as well.
Oh, you mean women just don't naturally do that? Don't shatter men's dreams.
I see you there, Vex. Yeah, so, I think, like, this is another show where the animation was, it was alright. It wasn't bad, like we've seen with some of these. So let me write this down. Yeah, go ahead, take notes. But it wasn't astounding either. To me, I would say the show probably low B, high C territory.
Alright, I don't have any input on this one, unfortunately, so you have to make that final call.
Let's go on the kind of the low side of B then.
Alright, would you like to put this under Train to Nowhere and Yoshiko, or?
I think if I had to say, I think Tomari no Yokai-kun probably goes above Train to Nowhere, and this probably goes above Train to Nowhere as well, in my book. Yeah, probably like that.
See that. This was just kind of the... Yeah, if you're having trouble on our list, we do kind of rate these on a not curve,
but a comparative scale.
Yeah. All right, let's, with that out of the way, let's move on. What do we have up next?
Next up, Yatagarasu, which I definitely didn't watch. I think this was one of the ones you picked up, though.
I will say at the start of the show, I was very apprehensive about it. I wasn't quite sure what this was going to go. By the end of the last episode for this season, this is probably one of my top picks. This is, if you want anime Game of Thrones, and what I mean by that is that if you want a medieval politics backstabbing world where everyone also happens to be a magical three-legged crow, well, you've got very specific tastes, and
Indeed.
this show is right up there. So many bits of intrigue, so many bits of story, plot. Like, while this show is a slow burn, such in the way that like all these Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings should be, it gets there. All these things, like, you don't like, okay, why is this set up like this? Why is this set up like this? Nothing is there for just happenstance. Everything in this world is built on purpose. Everything has reasons. Everyone acts the way they do because this is over there, this is here, this is etiquette there, this person is controlling behind the scenes here. Until the last scene of the last episode, I could not predict what was going on. And story beats, ahead. There are so many shows that I've gone over and ideas you can get behind that. It takes a lot to catch me off guard. And this show did beat after beat after beat. Now, the one thing I will say is the animation overall doesn't have to do a lot. A lot of this is people standing around talking, discussing. That being said, they do like to change up the rooms. They do love to give you beautiful backgrounds.
So kind of strong visual novel vibes.
Yeah. Like kind of going on to one of the things they go through. It's the whole thing is about a second prince who has now become crown prince. Titular character on the main left there. And he has to select a bride from one of the main 4 houses. All the girls on the right. And it's going into their backstories, their lore, all that bit. And one of the things they love to bring up right away, it's like, oh yeah, the crown prince is such a I don't want to say lush or voyeur, but oh yeah, he spends almost all of his time he can in the red light district, which gambling, brothels, and drinking houses, for anyone who is not aware what a red light district is. And the whole time, like, you kind of go through, it's like, all right, why is he down there all the time? It's like, it finds out, it's like, well, one, I like to drink and be around hot women who want to pamper me. It's like, okay, relatable. So do most of the nobles do too. And as such, since they don't want to be caught down here, they've built secret passages that come into the red light district. So the reason he spends so much time down there is so any other noble that wants to go and meet him can take a secret passage and have a meeting with the crown prince. It goes and goes and goes from there to such a bit. And when they do break out the animation for like the crows and stuff like that, it does so good. This is a show steeped purely in world building and medieval court politics. So if you like Shogun, if you like Game of Thrones, if you like those period piece dramas, but wish they had a little bit more dragon in them or a little bit more mysticism in them, this show is right up there.
More dragon than Game of Thrones, huh?
Well, I should say mystic beasts with that, but because literally everybody can transform into a when I say giants, they have people who sell themselves into servitude and can't transform out of the crow form, and they'll literally ride them as horses.
So they're chocobos.
Well, they can fly.
Ah, okay.
And it's like I said, such an interesting concept. If this kind of show wasn't coming out in the seasonal era that we currently live in, this would be a hit. I would say undoubtedly.
Hmm. Yeah, as
With
it is,
that
I
being,
feel like this one didn't get much of a push. Like, it fell off my radar super hard because there was really nothing to remind me of its existence.
no, there was absolutely nothing on this. Like, if we weren't doing these particular rankings, this show would have gone completely under my radar. The two main characters from the show, which, by the way, the our technically point of view character for the show is the little boy, the assistant to on his right, who kind of gets dropped into this system through other circumstances. You will find out from later for reasons. They don't show up in episode 1.
Yeah, I think
Kind of,
you'd mentioned back in the preseason that they didn't really show up until like episode 3 or something.
they're both in episode 2, but the episode 1 focuses on the 4 brides because I will say one as a little bit of spoiler for this. The prince and the brides are aware of each other. They live in you know how like they always say like palaces have palaces within them and like different things. Like, all right, all the palaces are on this mountain, but this is the prince's palace. This is the queen's palace. This is the imperial palace. They are in separate palaces and don't actually meet each other until the final episode.
Interesting.
Which
is this like a converging storylines element, or
very much so? Because, like I said, it's all politics and everything's connected. So while they're all having their, I don't want to say cat fight, but basically 4 women who all have to live in the same house and try to show off who's the best wife while having their entire clans and families. You will win this, or you will be the shame of the family. Like, everything rides on you.
maybe shadow war is a good term.
Yeah, it's so they all get to be very to each other.
Animosity abounds.
Yeah, it like not even, well, it's that core animosity too. So it's like they won't even be nice. It's like the only nice words are pure lip service, and they make it drip with sarcasm every time.
Hmm.
For ranking on this one, I'm not gonna quite put it in the S, but this is an A. Like, this is a I'll put this right under bartender.
Really?
I completely different reasons, but like this is like if I know what the ending to this would be, this could be an S.
Do you not know the ending because you didn't complete it, or is it one of those things where it left it hanging?
Yeah, it has been left hanging. Technically,
Okay.
it should be on the next season as a direct continuation, but it's been like 3 weeks and there's no new episodes. I am actively waiting for the next episode on the show.
I see.
But right there, because as Game of Thrones has taught us, endings matter, people. Endings matter a lot.
Yeah, endings can be pretty important. Alright, before we move on, I actually want to back up for a moment, because I did notice that, Belfie had given us some input, from her side on voice actor radio. And her feedback was honestly just a good watch, great show of character growth, kind of inspirational. She said it was an S for her personally, but hesitant to put it in the S tier because not everyone's cup of tea, which, I think, yeah, we kind of covered that aspect already. Alright, with that said, moving back along. Next up, chilling in another world with level 2 super cheat powers.
All right, is it just me, or were there 2 top tier wolf waifus this season?
Yeah,
You know,
I mean she's high tier in a very different way from Horo, but she was still
Holo?
Horo, Holo. It depends on your translation pronunciation, but yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah, but she is definitely very cute and very spunky, and they definitely do a good job of making her feel very enjoyable and marketable. Enough so to even carry a lot of the other aspects of the show.
Yeah, like honestly, it's like that. While the guy is the. By the way, this is a one other thing I wanted to poke out because oh shit, you're right. This is the second show besides that also had an isekai where the main character was isekai to another fantasy world from a fantasy world.
Oh, also, I think there was a streaming element that arguably popped up in voice actor radio as well. I mean, obviously, they're doing a radio show, which is basically a podcast, but they, I think, actually may have done some kind of vaguely VTuber-esque stuff at one point in the show, too. But that's getting aside again.
Yep. This once again, it's been coming down to I like this show. Besides having tons of fan service and being an isekai harem show, there is one love interest for the main character and a bunch of women that just kind of orbit around him. It also has a world and story that progress as time goes on. Like this isn't just they're instantly in love. There is a relationship that actually forms.
Interestingly, the show arguably has like a second MC as well, even though that second MC is ostensibly supposed to occupy kind of the villain slot of the show. Well, maybe even a third one.
Yeah, it's like it kind of it's funny enough, the old greedy kings and ways of the world are kind of the biggest villains.
Yeah, kind of. Well, actually, in some senses, the person who was officially named the hero was kind of the biggest villain. And the Demon King turned out to be a pretty cool guy who was really kind of a secondary MC.
Oh, the Demon King is so cool. It's there are so many things to love. Also an exorbitant amounts of fan service, and
oh yeah,
I'm going to say the worst. Hold on, let me say this correctly. The worst whiplash I've got from tone in a series I think I've almost ever had between its opening and the opening scenes of the show.
Yeah, I can see that. Especially in that episode 1 with the opening being just like so happy and like upbeat, and then like things go downhill so fast in episode 1.
It's not so much episode 1 about a mid-series where, all right, for a little context for anyone we're not showing trailers to, it's the opening for this is a cutesy love song with the titular
I would say very much like pop idol J-pop dance number.
Yep, with our main girl, something on Fenrir. Finn, what they call her?
Fenris, I think.
Fenris, I don't know. The Norse wolf. She's that name, only more female. And it's such a cutesy, chill, lovable thing. And then it cuts back to the anime, and you're seeing one of the main characters get killed. And I don't mean like, oh no, it's like, yeah, they've kind of had their heart ripped out, and there's blood everywhere.
Oh yeah, I know the episode you're talking about now.
And I'm just sitting there like, what? Like it was legit stuff. It's like, I like I understand what they were going for the majority of the feel of the show, but for that opening, but this show gets heavy in
and
good ways at some points.
It's weird because it's one of those shows that has these moments of like really high quality, and then other times it's just completely trading on its trash value, and then other times it's just like kind of broken and like feels like they had like part of it being done by like a different team almost that didn't know what they were doing.
Now, like there's just bits where like, oh, none of this matters. Nobody cares. There's not a lot of fan service here. Things are just progressing. We don't need to put in the effort. And at other points, it's
and in those scenes, I'll point out by putting the effort, I mean like on the animation side as well. Like things tended to just get janky.
Yeah. Well, we can also say this is the another anime where the relationship ends with a good, solid honeymoon night.
For Vex in the chat here, I will assure you that this show is very much a happy ending kind of show, despite the weird dark turns it takes. So don't be too put off by the fact that things may go horribly wrong at moments.
Yeah, no, it's literally just like a realistically one episode. They just decided to go, and now we're dark. It's just like for like not even half the episode, just a little bit. And it was just some whiplash.
I would argue it's not just the one episode because they definitely pulled some of that in episode 1 as well. With the main character being like intentionally set up to be left to die, and like
there are dark tones, and then there's seeing people get killed in front of you, though.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think really seeing that on the screen at that level with that for the little bit that was there is especially right next to that opening. Like if this would have been a like mid-tier isekai opening and not like a love anime, love idol kind of bit, I wouldn't have complained. But dear God, it
goes from making you feel really hard for this character to like, oh, she's brutally murdered.
Yep, but okay, I think we might be getting on this one a little too much.
Yeah, we're probably cycling and spiraling a bit here. I think the toughest thing about this show is deciding whether or not we should put it in trash or in actual rank.
This is trash. I'm not going to argue. Like, well, like this is peak trash. This is trash.
Fair enough. I think if it weren't going into trash, this would probably be at least a solid B, despite some of its rougher edges at times.
Honestly, I would almost argue A for this, just because
I would not strongly disagree with you there.
But it's like
considered that myself.
But I could feel the trash. It's like, oh, this is why we have the trash category. Bring this back down. This is going to be for specific anime fans here.
For sure. Final note on it, I do enjoy the fact that they kind of at times sort of leverage its trashiness to undermine your expectations and hit you with those unexpected moments of quality.
Yep. And we're not just talking about the jiggle physics.
Though those are plentiful.
Yep. All right. What?
Tadaima Okairi. I'm pretty sure this one was a skip for you, right?
I can almost guarantee, because I don't know. I don't actually know what this one is.
Okay. This was that Omegaverse show that we talked about in the preseason. Yeah.
Would you like to explain the Omegaverse to any of our
I don't know if I can. Like,
innocent
I don't
viewers?
know enough about the Omegaverse to really do that justice, but to give you just a very, very surface level explanation, the Omegaverse is like a loose category of fan fiction primarily, but there are like established series that kind of take place in it as well. That it kind of defines like a certain set of rules. It's very yaoi based. This is a extremely like.
All right, would you like me to
boys love male on male oriented set of rules in which probably one of the chiefest bits of it is that it is possible within the Omegaverse for a male to impregnate another male. Mpreg is a canonical part of the Omegaverse and like a major defining factor of it. There's also this thing going on with like alphas and omegas, which I can't claim to fully understand, but it does seem to be kind of a stand-in for like a lot of prejudice-based things, like to some extent racism, but to a much larger extent, it seems to be a stand-in for the discrimination that is faced for like same-sex couples.
I would say class a little bit more. Unfortunately, I wouldn't say unfortunately, but I am fully immersed in that. If you're on A3 or Archive of Your Own as a major written site for writers and fan fiction, this is where a lot of that goes and comes from. We won't go into too much more detail, but yeah, there's a lot to I still can't. This is a genre of fan fiction that's worked its way into its own actual canon. This the surrealism, if you know what's going on here, is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's very meta in what's going on here. And yes, Vex, this is definitely something that does tend to heavily appeal to a lot of the female fan base. It is definitely marketed in that direction pretty heavily.
One other thing I want to point out about the Omegaverse, that's just a male and male. Female and female couples also do that a lot, most of the time in there.
Really? That I wasn't aware of.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, the only way you can't get pregnant is if a woman fucks you.
Huh.
You just kind of stopped there for a second, just like...
It's breaking my brain a little bit. Okay. Well... getting back to this particular show, I would say that this is probably not a strong example of something to give your female friends to start off on the Omegaverse with, Vex. This is... I'm not very familiar with the Omegaverse, but this is not the strongest example of it that I have seen in my limited experience. From Belfie's perspective, she gave this thing, I think, a full watch where we didn't. And her feedback was cute and good, but not for everyone for sure. Sometimes too cute to handle, could also go on skip, to be honest. And that's from someone who enjoys this genre. For me, this genre is kind of a miss. It is not something that has like inherent appeal to me. So I can only judge it on its other merits. Like, I don't have any innate attraction to the qualities of the Omegaverse. So, yeah, they'll probably be into the Omegaverse itself. I don't think that this one would be the show that would really sell them on it. you'd probably be better off, like, just telling them about the concept and letting them find something they want to try. For me, like, watching the show, it was there was a cute wholesomeness about it that I did definitely enjoy. And the baby was definitely cute as far as babies go. I'm not a big fan of babies, but for what value they could get for that, for me, it was pretty adorable. But that also gave it kind of like a saccharine quality that I think Belfi was kind of getting at there. And I just didn't really feel like this show had enough going on with it to really be worth my time to continue watching. Like, the only thing that was making it kind of vaguely watchable was, again, that kind of cute wholesomeness and, like, the cuteness of this family unit. But that just isn't enough to carry a series all the way through on its own, typically.
Yep. All right. So, Yuki, where do you want to rank this one?
I'm inclined to call this one a skip myself, because, like, it's definitely outside my zone.
Yeah,
and given that Belfi was willing to put it there, and it's more in her zone, like, she's an Omegaverse fan, I don't feel like I should argue with that assessment.
All right, let's keep.
I will make one final note that the animation quality was decent. Like, there was nothing that was strictly objectionable about this. Like, it could just as easily have been like a C tier. Its biggest crime was kind of being boring.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was feeling. But let's throw that in the skip. Interesting, but it was a competitive seed. You need to be up your game if you want to be watched this.
For sure.
Ever. All right, let's move on. What do we got here? The most All right, so this was an initial mistake by me, unfortunately, but so you didn't watch either of these, did you?
I did not, no.
So it turns out, because nobody at Crunchyroll wants to go outside it, that this isn't actually a show. This is two specials.
Oh, okay.
Set in the same world.
I see.
Would you like to pronounce either of those names for me?
Kurameru Kagari, and I can't quite see the other name behind your avatar's head, but it looks like Kura Yuraba or something like that. There's like a letter or two being blocked. Yeah, that would explain why I wasn't putting it on our list originally, because it probably was showing up under like the OVA section or something instead of the series section.
All right, but brief words on both of these. They are both 40 minutes. They are fun watches. The animation quality is not bad, but very unique. This is a heavily stylized show. That being said, this is anime diesel punk. Are you familiar with diesel punk, Yuki?
Oh yeah, well, I mean, technically, like, Mad Max would fall into the category of diesel punk. But that's more the post-apocalyptic diesel punk than this flavor of diesel punk, I would say.
Yep. If anyone in our audience is familiar with Caboneri of the Iron Fortress, which I'm pretty sure with the much K's in these, that has to do with something with iron. Diesel punk.
I would say Caboneri is still technically steampunk. That was still a steam train, not a diesel train.
Okay, I will relent on that. But diesel punk is less of the steam engine and more of the World War II heavy metal, steel and firepower. There is an actual chicken walker tank. Like, there is a tank that just has like chicken legs at one point in the show.
Oh yes, that was a good enemy.
It is glorious. It is. If you want some diesel punk mystery, world building, and especially it has that old mining town feel, if for our American audiences, which also feels like it has a very Japanese aesthetic too. So I'm wondering if it's a spread across cultures.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to mention another good example of that kind of diesel punk genre might be Fuga Melodies of Steel, which is a game, but some people may have heard of that one.
I was just playing that on my channel about
I
a couple
recall.
months back. Yeah, it's very much in that aesthetic, and it is that 1940s machinery, but cranked up to anime style. There are a lot of really cool, interesting things. Like I said, the animation is stylized. It has some very interesting sakuga, which I say interesting because it works into the diesel punk of nothing moves quick, but everything moves with force and power.
Mm.
When something is stopped, it is stopped hard. When it is moving, it's gonna take it is moving.
There's a lot of momentum to it.
Yep. Or a lot of force behind it, I should say. Not so much moving quick, but this is a freight train moving down the tracks. It's not going fast. You're not stopping it though. That being said, I'm going to throw this into the. I'm just going to go straight to ranking on this one because I don't want to spend too much time on it.
Totally fair.
Dead center of B. This is a fun special. If you like mystery, if you like diesel punk, great watch. If not, let's take a look at it. You might be pleasantly surprised. If not, if nothing about that sounds interesting, nothing's going to change your mind.
All right. Next up, we have Re-Monster. If this series doesn't go in the trash category, I don't know what does.
Oh God, I read a bit. I've read a bit of the manga on this one, as in all of it, and I read a chunk of the light novel. This is the most bulletin point isekai trope series I think I've ever watched.
It definitely plays with that fact a bit too. I don't want to belabor this one too much because I know we talked about it a lot in the kind of early season aspect, but I think we would probably be well served by focusing on some things that weren't available for us to kind of cover and talk about at that point, like things that happened kind of later in the show. One thing I definitely want to make note of is we had said previously that the main character, like, he did a very good job of making sure that things were, like, very consensual, and for some bizarre reason, by around, like, episode 7 or 9, he did a complete 180 on that, and just said that he was going to straight up rape this girl until she submitted.
Well, raped and drugged.
Yeah. Which felt like a bizarre and serious departure from his earlier, motives, and didn't really feel appropriate for the character.
Yeah, that felt really odd. Because weirdly enough, there's also a bit where a bunch of elves come into his territory and like try to boss him around. He beats them down, and you're gonna work for me from now on. But I only want the best of you, so. Oh yeah, he basically killed off all the weak and male, almost all the weak and all the male of them.
Yeah, he sure did. That one. That piece I felt is a little more in character for him, but just everything that had been established about this character up until that point was completely turned on its head by him suddenly just callously deciding for no apparent reason that he was going to drug and rape this girl into submission.
I guess war crimes don't count as regular crimes?
I guess that feels like a serious Geneva Convention violation that they wouldn't have in this world. But like, also they ultimately just completely gloss over that, and it just like works.
If you weren't paying attention and you walked out of the room and came back, you wouldn't even goddamn notice that. But the fact
exactly.
it is there,
like if you had blinked and missed the fact that he was doing that, you would never have known that she wasn't a completely willing part of his harem from that point forward.
And we're not going to gloss over that. It's he has a full-on harem.
Oh, for sure.
By the end of the show, at least half of them have had a kid.
Oh yeah.
Which that was a bit interesting. I knew it was coming, but as I was going back and watching in anime form, it's like, oh yeah, this is kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, and like I don't know. I think this is one of those cases of like the creator's barely disguised fetish suddenly manifested when they had been trying really hard to make it more marketable before that or something. But yeah, that aside,
this is an isekai power fantasy.
Yeah,
and they just decided to, you know what I want to happen? I want this to happen. I want this to happen. I want this to happen. Which not to say it's not, you can see when I called it bullet points, it literally goes day by day what he did. On the days he skipped, it's literally like, yeah, I trained.
Yeah, he narrates the bullet points even. Like, they don't make any attempt to disguise that.
No, it's this is the way, like, this isn't even the anime. This is the way the light novel's written too on this one.
Wow. So that said, like, aside from a few, weirdnesses like that, this is a very entertaining show. I was definitely finding myself looking forward to watching it. It was a fun ride, and it had a lot of great comedy in it. A lot of that was very sexual comedy, so, if that's not your thing. And there was definitely a lot of, like, fan servicey elements involved as well.
I'm going to say, I very much enjoyed to get all this information out of this, was it a dryad or a nymph?
I believe they were nymphs.
Yeah, basically has to, now what am I hearing? Fuck the shit out of a nymph for a while. Gets back to base. Harem sees like, hey, you were sleeping around all last night. We're mad about that. All right, fine. We'll have an orgy tonight. I'm not making that up. That's a plot point.
Oh yeah, it 100% is.
Like, that just happens. It's like they're all being like, all of his harem were being mildly sued, and then it's like, oh, okay, we can all fuck. Okay, we gotta speed this up. So this one, it's trash. It's glorious trash, but it's trash. It's the trashy trash.
Oh yeah? Hardcore trash.
Unfortunately, it's, with the exception of dialogue, it's PG-13. You will not see anything too outrageous.
There's a little bit of nudity, but it's you're not going to see any nipples or anything like that. It's very, like, deliberately PG-13 nudity.
Yep. Okay, it's in the trash. Moving on to next category.
Next up, a condition called love. I'm pretty sure this was a skip for you, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this seems like something you'd bounce off really hard. Sorry?
I think I watched the first episode of this.
Gotcha. Yeah, so this series, interestingly, it seems like me and Belfie had kind of, like, almost opposite takes on it. I'll read off what Belfie had to say first, and then go into my take on it, I guess. Belfie gave this show an A tier, and said it was an uncomfy start, but blossomed into a truly heartwarming growth between the two main cast. with a focus on like acceptance of feelings and so forth. For me, I felt like this. I very much had the opposite opinion. The early parts of the show, I thought it was a very interesting concept that they were bringing in someone who is kind of like Ace or Arrow as a main character, and I was intrigued to see where they would take that. Unfortunately, the direction that they went with it was kind of exactly where, in some senses, where I was hoping they wouldn't go with it, which is, although they didn't make it explicit, it was kind of a story of her, like, getting over her Ace Arrowness and, becoming someone who, like, learns to understand love and engage in this relationship. And to be fair, they never explicitly called her Ace or Arrow, but it was very heavily coded in that manner, and I was really hoping that we might see a little bit better of like representation there, which instead it was really just kind of like the lead-in romance excuse hook thing. But even then, they still did an okay job with that. It wasn't like overtly offensive or anything. It was just kind of disappointing. I think the main issue to me was the male lead.
Oh, Mr. I'm Not a Stalker?
Yeah. And it's not even the stalkeriness of it exactly. I mean, I guess it kind of is. It's the weird, toxic levels of possessiveness that the character has that they just completely, like, gloss over. Like, it's arguable that he's being actively abusive towards her, and she just, like, completely takes that in stride and doesn't even acknowledge it throughout the entire series. And that aspect of this really bothered me. Like, I felt like that was a really strong step in the wrong direction for a show like this.
Yeah, it's unfortunately the Ace or Arrow romantic is something that's not brought up a lot, and it can be really hard to understand for anybody outside of that. Because for the so many people, just like, oh, you just haven't met the person who's given you that spark or given you that little bit, and it's
and this series kind of very much makes the argument that that's what's going on with people in that state. And while that can be true of some individuals, and that's totally up to up to them, this kind of representation tends to give people that false impression that that is just what that is for people who identify themselves that way, and that they're just like, waiting to develop that aspect of their life or something, and that they're incomplete without having done that. Which would be seen as very offensive to members of that community.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I am in that community, and it's like that is the feel I kind of got from it. It's like I didn't mind this at the first episode, but it's like, he feels stalkery and pushy. She feels like, oh no, I was wrong all this time. It's like I did not enjoy it. It's like there's a lot to unpack, and even at episode 1, when I was trying to watch everything, it's like I did not enjoy how they made her.
Yeah.
Towards the end, like potential to start with, but it's like, no, you are. It definitely felt like.
But again, even with that aside, I just felt like this failed as a romance anime, for having a male lead that was just so toxic and possessive, and that being looked at as just okay.
Well, one thing I want to say is like this, like from what you're saying and from what I picked up on, this reminds me of the old 80s, early 90s American love stories. The one where it's like, no, the guy just has to win her heart. She just has to push harder. Just has to keep on her. It's like, go back watching some of those. Some of those come off as a bit creepy in context now, if looking back on them.
Yeah.
And it comes down to, oh, yeah, no, you probably shouldn't do that, actually.
One other thing I do want to note very specifically, it doesn't really come up until kind of like the mid episodes, but the male lead initially does do, to his credit, a very good job of respecting the female lead's boundaries, right up until he doesn't. And
everything was fine until it wasn't.
Yeah, and repeatedly he's just given a pass on that. Like they very intentionally make sure that you understand that he is struggling as best he can to respect those boundaries, but then he just decides he can't control himself anymore and violates those boundaries, and over again the female lead is just okay with that. Which that should be like a huge relationship red flag and like shattering the trust that they had established between each other. Especially for a character who is, having such a hard time processing all of this to begin with. And they don't acknowledge that at all.
Ugh. All right, Yuki, where would you like to place it? Where are we gonna put this one? Because what did Belfie have? A?
Belfie had A. I personally feel like this one doesn't deserve a watch, to be honest. We could split the difference on that, maybe. I mean,
I
visually it's
where
okay and everything,
was coming from, but I also did not get a good vibe from. Like, I understand it's outside my wheelhouse for the majority of it, but I did not get a good vibe from the episode 1 on this one.
So it's outside your wheelhouse, but also you said yourself you're a member of the folks that are being represented here, and I think that makes your take extremely valid.
Yeah, and it's like the problem is like they said, like when they don't come out and say it direct, like she just doesn't have the feel for it, but it's like she is arrow coded in this, like episode 1. She is so arrow coded. It's like, yeah, no shit. Like I could, like, it's somebody in that community. It's like the reason I bounce off so many different romances and other stuff like that most of the time is I can't relate. It's like if it is entertaining and you're supposed to have a character perspective, I generally cannot relate. And like this was one I saw her and was like, oh yeah, no, I get her. I get where this is all coming from. I've been in those. I've been in that. I've tried relationships and it was just I got broke up with this just because, like, no, you just don't care.
Yeah, another thing I do want to point out is they go to great lengths to try to establish empathy towards the male lead for the viewer. Over the fact that he is repeatedly viewed as being too possessive and clingy and toxic towards everyone else, who is then driven away from him. And we're intended to feel sympathy for him over this, when it is 100% his own fault for not being able to respect the boundaries of his partners. And that also really bothered me.
All right, so from both, I'm comfortable putting this in skip if you are.
Yeah, like I feel like this is a show that doesn't deserve people's support. I think is a good way to put it.
All right, let's try to move on to something better. Let's see what the next one is.
Next up, a salad bowl of eccentrics. Now, I feel like I remember you hadn't really watched this and were kind of put off by it in the early part of the season. Did you end up kind of bouncing back and checking it out?
I gave the first 3 episodes a try. There was nothing I could latch onto in this show.
Really interesting. I definitely thought it had some very good comedy moments. The constant job changes for the princess's bodyguard were really amusing to me. Yes, the status changed back to unemployed, homeless. But I can understand that perspective too. It's kind of, well, frankly, an eccentric comedy show. And so its appeal is going to be a little bit niche based on that, I think. But I will say that the animation quality was definitely there. The character designs were solid. And it had some pretty decent humor to it through and through. It was a little bit maybe off on the pacing at times, which can be especially detrimental to a comedy. And I'm wondering if maybe that's part of why you bounced off it a little bit.
It might be that. The biggest thing I think that really hit me was the personal relationships between everybody felt a bit forced. It's like besides that, the comedy, while okay, maybe felt a little too grounded in day-to-day life for me.
That's fair. Yeah, that is outside your strike zone, I guess. And that I felt was kind of a missed opportunity. Like they didn't really use the fact that this was a reverse isekai very much in the show. It did come up a few times as kind of like a plot point or a MacGuffin here or there, but we didn't really get much of a sense that these were characters from another world in their day-to-day actions and activities. Especially given that the princess in particular is capable of powerful magic. It wasn't something that came up very often, and she, for the most part, like there was no reason she couldn't have just been like a Chunibyo NEET, and had the same effect, which I think is part of your qualm there.
Yeah, it's especially with the reverse isekai. It's if you just want to put if you just want to do a fish out of water story, there are good ways to do it, but this felt like it was trying to I want to say force a lot of its situations, but I don't know if that's quite the right word on this one.
It felt maybe a little bit stiff at times. I think I know what you're getting at, especially with like the princess just kind of deciding like see ya to her bodyguard. Like these are people that had a history together, and the bodyguard is still extremely dedicated to her, and she just turns her out on the street without a second thought.
It's like I just did, like I said, the bodyguard I didn't mind. The problem is her stories were the most grounded and the dullest to me. The princess, kind of a bitch. And the male detective lead is kind of a floor mat.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, anyway, I would give this kind of like high C category. I feel like that's a pretty appropriate place for it. It definitely felt like a better, more interesting watch to me than the Angel show.
Definitely,
But
if this is in your genre, you will probably enjoy it. If it's not, I can say that somebody at the outside, I could not get into this one.
yeah, that's fair. All right. Next up, Dragon Raja, the Blazing Dawn. I think you covered this one, right? I definitely didn't.
This was me. This is a purely Chinese production. This initial language is in Chinese. The Japanese dub was almost simultaneous after I found it the first couple episodes. So this is episode 1 is an hour long, nearly, and it is a 17 episode season that was crammed into the same time slots that the other 12 to 13 episode seasons were crammed into. This show's animation goes from pretty okay to I don't think I had my PS2 on right now.
Yeah.
The fight scenes of this show are not great. This is a bit of a combat show. For main plot, the main character gets recruited into. Okay, so let's start from the ground up here. Main character is just out of high school, just graduating high school, and he's going to college. He is Asian, so he has to go to college, or he'll disappoint the family. God, I'm not realizing how big of a cultural point that is. Best school, best all this. And choices go. He's kind of a loser. He's a master StarCraft player. Once again, Chinese, not Korean, weirdly.
Yeah, that's actually surprising.
Yeah.
I guess there are Chinese esports teams, though.
Yeah, it goes through that, and he gets recruited into Dragon Slaying School. No, this is a fantasy world. No, this is set. Yes, this is set in modern day. No, that's not normal. And it gets as weird from there as you can imagine. There's just so much built into this show that it makes no sense. And I absolutely goddamn love it. All of the character interactions, especially from the main character, are honestly believable. It's like, oh yeah, no, this high-end prestigious AAA college wants to give you a full ride scholarship. What?
Once again, I'm noticing too that this Chinese production does a lot of the like Korean thing where they make the characters feel like really tall, and perhaps even more so. Yeah, the legs feel like they've done like the supermodel post-production thing where they've like literally just like cropped the legs and extended them in post.
Yep. Which from there's so much interesting world building because because he doesn't even get to college until like episode 4. I don't think it is. So this is a bit of a slow burn, but all of the character interactions are so fun and so good. And then the show just gets weird. Like, I want to say a little bit of spoilers for whatever the first episode he gets to college in, but it's their college free day where everyone just gets to have fun. And the two biggest, I guess, sorority would be the term for it. I don't know. Do the Chinese have a different term, or Japanese even have a different term for like a group in college who all are under like one house and one collective?
I don't know about Chinese. I mean, in Japan, there's definitely like all-female dorms in the colleges sometimes.
No, this is like like alpha gamma gamma like sorority.
Oh, that would definitely be a sorority then. I don't know if they have their own word for that or not.
It's basically like that. And the two biggest groups on campus have decided to have an all-out fight with full ARs and tactical weaponry. And as he comes in and watches the girl he's kind of falling in love with get shot and presumably killed, goes into a blind rage and takes out all of the top fighters in the college instantaneously while dual-wielding sniper rifles. But it's okay. There was all tranks.
Yes, certainly a thing that's not capable of accidentally killing someone.
It's the fights in this show are so incredibly. They're not bad. They're not entertaining.
They're
just
not
well.
entertaining. Stellar reviews.
Like it's one of those. Oh my! Like, what were you even trying to do here? This is unbelievably and grotesquely stupid. It looks horrible, and why can't I look away from this?
Train wreck battle scenes.
Like at one point, like they're fighting an underwater dragon, like a giant, like Leviathan style dragon, like blue, like orca whale looking thing, and they're in a flying battleship trying to run away from it, and they're weaving in between these mountains trying to stay to the water line.
All right, we probably shouldn't spend too much more time on this one because I think we're only maybe halfway through the list and it's already going on
Yep, okay.
3 hours of a stream.
I'll start kicking to it because I had a bit to say on this one, but it's I'm gonna say top of C. I don't know if you have any extra opinions on that one, Yuki.
Did not watch for me.
Yeah, it like the animation goes from that's pretty good to what the fuck am I watching? But it's an interesting story, but like I said, a lot to love there. But all right, let's move mosey on.
Moving along, this one does not have a title on it, and I did not watch this series.
Neither did I.
This was like mystery. I think was in the title somewhere.
This is a Hulu one. Was it?
I think it might have been. Yeah.
Okay. All right. We have our first. I don't even remember the trailer for that one. Unwatched.
All right. This one definitely is a Hulu. It says right there, Mission Yozakura Family. This was also
watching it.
Did not watch for me. What was that?
Oh, I'm kind of covering up the Hulu logo on mine, so I was moving myself out of the way.
Oh, gotcha. Well, it's in two places,
it's right
to
at
be
the top
fair.
too, yeah.
Yeah, it's like in the title as well.
Jesus Christ, yeah. No joke. Hulu is the I'm trying to watch some of these Hulu shows. They're bad. They're just all badly dubbed, as in the subtitles are near unwatchable.
Yeah, that is a good point. That is one of the reasons why it's not one of my go-to platforms. Like it's fine if the show is dubbed and you're watching it that way. It doesn't really affect you, but their subtitling is garbage.
Yellow ones, even honestly.
Yeah.
It's bad. Okay, so unwatched.
I will make just a note that I definitely saw some positive, well, I don't know if it's positive, but I definitely saw some chatter over this show online. Like, I definitely saw a few things posted of this female MC here. And I don't know how much that's worth, but it does mean that it at least got, it appears, more recognition than a lot of the shows this season did. All right. As a reincarnated aristocrat, I'll use my appraisal skill to rise in the world. I don't want to belabor this one. I would say let's throw this straight into the trash bin.
This is an isekai, but I don't remember what kind of world the main character. I've read the manga for this. I don't remember where the main fucking character came from.
Yeah.
This is isekai trash. It's not exceptional isekai trash. It's good isekai trash.
It's okay isekai trash.
And it's like we have. It's kind of shitty isekai. It's like it's very decent in everything it does. The only thing really unique is the main character isn't the person whose OP is all get out. He can see basically he gets to see everybody else's stat window.
But also, to be fair, that's not the first time that we've seen this kind of concept, so that's not very groundbreaking.
And the fact that your show centers around it is kind of a meh.
Yeah. Also, the fact that the information that we glean from that appraisal skill is actually pretty limited. Like other shows where it's not even the central focus, I feel did a lot more with it. See, I Am a Spider. Yeah.
Because I swear that appraisal sheet changes from person to person too. Like,
oh yeah,
different stats will be on it. It's like, what does any of this mean?
It truly was just a MacGuffin. It really wasn't that relevant, and neither really was the fact that he was reincarnated. It didn't really come up like at all in the series.
Other than he has this skill. It's like I said, I've read the manga for this one. I picked that up as a boring. I need absolutely anything to read. Oh, this is isekai trash. I could get some fun out of this. I dropped it eventually.
Okay. There's a comment in my chat that I have to acknowledge because I misread it. The comment is, these are some really long anime titles, and I misread it as partly because it's slightly misspelled as really long anime titties.
Well, the beige is busty as all get out, so...
Yeah, that's what I thought was being talked about at first, and I was like, well, I can't entirely disagree, I guess, but...
But alright, let's cut to that chase out.
Yeah,
really quick
straight into the trash can for me. Like, it didn't even really have like great fan service or anything.
The mage was partially there, and she was over. It's like I came back and I watched the first chunk of it, and I watched the last chunk of it since I knew the majority of the story and the animation. Never really got great. It doesn't feel like it ever did anything with anything it did.
Yeah, also there's a bunch of long time skips where stuff that seems important just kind of happened off camera.
Nope.
So
that's what happened in the manga too.
Awesome. All right. Next up is, I think, a like Precure spinoff.
Yeah, you added this to our post list. This was not on any of my stuff.
Oh, well, it was a did not watch for me. I don't think anyone watched it then.
Yep, okay, we'll just unwatched.
Yeah, this was technically a new series, and it from what I understand, it was pretty different from like the baseline Precure stuff, and has like a whole new cast of characters. So because of the fact that it wasn't like at all related to the mainline series and was like a total unrelated spin-off, it still made it onto the list, but none of us are really Precure fans, so...
although we have enjoyed a good magical girl show.
Oh yeah. A fine category, but wasn't any real draw for me here.
Yep, much less wet this time.
Alright, moving along, the unfortunately named Windbreaker. Still a did not watch for me. I'll let you take the helm on this one.
Alright, so we're back to the good old high school boys beating the ever-living crap out of each other because men.
That seemed an unusually popular genre this season.
We had a couple categories in it, and this is, to be fair, this is an older genre that's getting some life breathed back into it. It just simultaneously. The things I really wanted to step out on this one is the choreography of the fight scenes is absolutely breathtaking. Like, there's not high octane. This is a little piece of me wants to say John Wick level of like choreographed fights, but I don't quite want to hold it to that standard. At the same point, it was there. It was definitely there. Story-wise on this bit, new kid moving into a rough high school because he wants to be, it's noted as the toughest high school around. He wants to be the best of the best of the best. And the main character is a tsundere. Like,
interesting.
well, it's like people give him praise, like, man, you're doing good. And he's just like, Baka, what are you talking about? I'm not that good. I'm just here to be tough. I'm tough.
I'm thinking we should probably try to stray away from like the detailed explanations and focus on just like the core notes and interest points.
I just wanted to get that little bit in there just because that was a point a lot of people were talking about in the show itself.
Fair enough.
Just because that is so unusual.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of male tsundere in general. I'll definitely give you that.
Yep. Like I said, over that, this once again, it's like I kind of hate the heist. Like I said, the drama, all that, but all the characters kind of have that misfits kind of rolling together. They do a tournament arc in this right off the bat, and so much is good. So much of the characters are. There's nobody I don't just instantly kind of like. Even the people you're not supposed to be rooting for are amazing. And so many different aspects of what would it be called? Not non-toxic masculinity too.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, very much of no, we're like the toughest, school gang around. What do? This is our turf. If anybody shows up and starts making a mess, you fuck their shit up. Yeah, that's our school motto.
I will notice, or note that for like, tough bad boys, we're seeing a lot of like very feminine features in a lot of these characters too.
Yep. I will take a note that the aforementioned named windbreakers, I think that's I think if they named it that. I'm not sure if that's the Japanese title for it, which I'm pretty sure it is. But they are trying to use the American term of a windbreaker, a heavy coat, because that's what all the school uniforms and gangs are mentioned by. Their jackets are what set them apart. At one point, when a couple guys from another gang or team are getting kicked off their team, the guy called the Skinner comes up and just rips their jackets off.
Yeah, this very much seems like something that would have been used as the Japanese title as well. I have to agree there, and probably without an understanding of the connotations of that term.
The context of it changing in certain parts of the U.S. have unfortunately left it with a bit of a gag to it. It, for what it's supposed to mean, it's very interesting. It's very good. Trying to speed these up. I want to put windbreakers. I'm gonna give it a high B.
Right.
I'm gonna put it under viral hits, but it's very it's overall solid.
Right. Fair enough. All right. Next up, we have fun. Oh, this was that like gacha game based like
this made it to episode 8.
BL bait show. Oh, did it actually get like canceled mid-run?
I don't I watched episode 1. I think I almost fell asleep watching. This is a combat show. I almost fell asleep watching this stupid thing.
If it's the one I'm thinking of, like, yeah, it was really, really boring.
it's unbelievably boring. The character designs are gotcha, so they come pre-designed, so they're all good. All the enemies are bad CGI. The animation is
awful, and they're like all the same enemy too.
It's we're gonna leave it at that. It's like a boring story for a gacha game tie-in with terrible animation.
This is the anime equivalent of shovelware. Definitely solidly
Skip.
in the skip category.
All right, moving on.
This one probably wouldn't even appeal to fans of the game, to be honest.
Man, you picked a great picture for this one, didn't you?
There wasn't one that actually had like the title splash screen. This was definitely another
I rip them, but
did not
later,
watch.
But yeah.
And
Oblivion Battery.
Yeah, so I'll pass the mic over to you.
It's a sports anime about baseball. Do you know why none of those have been good? Because baseball is incredibly hard to make interesting. So you want to know how they tried to hook you? The main guy there is a catcher, and his buddy's a pitcher, and they were the best pitcher-catcher team that ever existed. And then the buddy got amnesia, and he doesn't know if he likes baseball anymore.
Yeah.
And instead of taking all these high school scholarships to AAA institutes because he's such a great baseball person, but he doesn't remember his baseball, he decides to go, nah, let's pass up all these free rides and go for the basic middle of nowhere shit school.
What an awesome life decision.
But his buddy's like, we were friends. You were my bro for life. I'll go with you. I'll throw away all my scholarships just to be bros with this guy who doesn't remember me. I do mean bros. There is no like there might be some yaoi babe, but there's no yaoi here. It's this. I don't know what the appeal for this show is. It's dull. I was bored. Baseball is okay. I don't mind it. It's sports ball. The amnesia thing was stupid. The school choices were stupid. Because you know what they decided to do at the new school? Start a baseball team.
Of course.
Because they didn't have a baseball team or a baseball club. Maybe if you're a baseball fan, you can tell me they do some great technical stuff, things on that. Coming out of this, skip. I'll put it higher I'll put it at the top of the skip because there's nothing blatantly offensive about it. But skip.
Yeah, I having played a little bit of baseball in my younger years, I can absolutely confirm baseball is boring to watch. It is most of the time boring to play, even compared to a lot of other sports.
There's a reason alcohol is a big part of baseball's aesthetic.
And yeah, I can't imagine like trying to make a show about it actually be entertaining. Yeah. All right, moving along. Blue Archive the animation. I had actually really wanted to give this one a shot, but it just kind of stayed under my radar the entire season somehow, and I never managed to throw any time at it. Huh? This was actually a Crunchyroll, as I recall.
I don't remember seeing it on the weekly bits or the spring listings.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it was really poorly advertised. I don't think it was in the list. It wasn't really pushed on any of the, like, front page stuff or anything. So, again, one of those things where once it got buried, it just never came back up to the surface for me again. And that's... I've said this before, but it's so hard to deal with the fact that there's such a, like, finite limit to the number of titles that they'll show you from your list on the front page, and combining that with the fact that if you haven't like watched a show in a while, it'll stop showing up on your continue watching, or stop being like recommended into the top of the watch list when a new episode comes out. Makes it really hard to stay on top of the sheer quantity of series that we have coming at us these days.
Alright, so are we gonna throw this into Unwatched then?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to throw this one into Unwatched. It looked intriguing. I know that the game is pretty big, and the characters seem like they have some pretty cute character designs, but couldn't find the time for it.
Alright, we have some bigger things coming up next, so do you care if we take a small break before we wrap this up?
No, I'm totally fine with that. I could use some water
into.
myself.
All right, everybody, we will take a short break and be right back then. All right, and welcome back, everybody, after that short little break. Hopefully everything's going good. I see you're kicking it right over to the next show, jumping into, which, yeah, we really do need to get going. So, Yuki, how much of the most talked about show from this season have you watched?
I did 100% this one.
Okay. Would you like?
Yeah, this was definitely like the heavy hitter, big budget show, heavily promoted this time around.
If you are familiar with a few other anime YouTubers and podcasters, there are 3 shows on Shonen Jump's online animes or online manga service that have been the most hyped to get adaptations. The first being Spy X Family, the second one being this lovely kaiju number 8, and the third airing soon. These have definitely shown. So this one definitely continues on the track of, wow, this was a great hit, and I love every aspect of this. How about for you, Yuki?
For me, I felt like it was maybe a little overhyped. It was definitely a solid show. It definitely had some really good action. I didn't have like major complaints about it, other than perhaps the fact that for a show that's ostensibly about kaiju, it didn't really have all that many actual like large kaiju in it. It was more of like a Jujutsu Kaisen than it was like a true kaiju show for the most part.
Yeah. The one thing I really want to give this thing credit for is the titular main character of this show. Also, yeah, I almost do spoilers. Do you remember what age he was, Yuki?
You know, he was in his 30s.
Early 30s. But
yeah.
This is one of the few times in anime you see somebody who's not like just fresh out of high school or still in high school. I've got my dreams before me. I've got everything there. This is somebody in their 30s, still pushing through day-to-day life, still living in their apartment, and still trying to push into a dream. And here's about to give it one last major shot.
Well, I wouldn't say that it's really that unheard of, but I think what you're getting at is that it's pretty rare in the shonen genre.
Okay,
in particular.
other genres, yeah.
Yeah, it's more common in like the slice of life genre, but to be fair, that's not really a genre that you deal in much. On the shonen side, obviously being aimed at a younger audience for the most part, there's a sense that it can be hard to get those older characters to resonate with the younger audience. Understandably, kids who are, in their early teens and such probably aren't going to relate nearly as much to someone who's, like, struggling as a failed salaryman.
I don't even call him that. He's a blue-collar worker for the most part.
In this case, yeah. I was just kind of giving, like, a generic example.
No, I definitely understand where you're coming from that. But I also have to give it to it's the particular kaiju number 8's design. It feels reminiscent of Devilman, in that character who looks like the most brutal evil monster in the series, but they're the good guy. They could just tear anything else limb from limb, and generally do.
Except the other good guys who keep trying to kill him.
Yeah, this might be just a little too much up my wheelhouse for me to give a good objective review on that. at the same time, it's a show that's so in my wheelhouse. I do not have a solid complaint about this.
I think it's a show that I'm very comfortable giving like a very solid A category to. I wouldn't actually qualify it, I don't think, as an S tier though. Like I think if Seventh Prince doesn't qualify, then this one probably doesn't either.
The biggest reason I would say this qualifies more than Seventh Prince is the Seventh Prince has that asterisk of if you can get over this, you can watch it. This doesn't have anything holding it down. While there isn't as...
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, it's like, while this doesn't hit exactly the absolute cream of the crop points, I feel mostly because its story is still in its early stages. Like I said, it's what do you have a complaint that holds this down for you?
I feel like it's very rote in a lot of senses. Like the in terms of its core appeal and everything, this feels like a very by the numbers shonen to me. It's very competent in its execution. I do think that there's a little bit of novelty to the older character, as you mentioned. Which actually, if we're going to get into the Seventh Prince thing, the weird flirtation love interest thing going on between him and the like 17-year-old teenage girl might put some people off. But
with the particular blonde on the cover there. Honestly, that felt more the father-daughter relationship-y than it did like love interest to me.
No, she definitely has, her actual dad in the picture and definitely has some daddy issues. But I think it was pretty clear to me that she was interested in like a doki doki sense.
All right, yeah, you would know better because for him that's definitely the vibe he gave off. Like him to her, the dad feels more there. Her to him, you would be a better judge on that than I would.
Yeah. I agree that like he doesn't necessarily view her in that light, but she is definitely like struggling with some confused emotions that she's having over her interest in him. That could certainly still put some folks off, I think, but it's not so much that there's something holding this back as I just don't feel that it does anything unique enough to really elevate it beyond the A level. I feel like this is a show that, although cool, nobody's really going to be talking about in a couple of seasons.
Yep, I can understand where you're coming from that one. I won't fight you too much on this. I think top of the A tier is a decent spot for this. I can definitely see that.
Yeah, that's just my logic on it. Like, I just don't feel like it has staying power, or really like had a lasting impact on anything.
All right, let's flip up gears and see what we got next.
Next up is Sandland, a show that I still haven't tried.
This... Alright, this is going to go into unwatched for both of us. Now, I want to say one thing very clearly here. For you, you can say that. For me, this is the last work of Toriyama. This is the last bit of his creation that's getting an anime adaptation.
Yes, and I agree. It's definitely noteworthy from that perspective. If you're a fan of Toriyama's works, that's probably enough to get you checking this out.
The problem
have a nice night, Max.
Good night, Mac. The problem I have is his work wasn't intended for an anime. It's intended for the game. And from the bit I watched on this show, it's definitely intended for the game. I swear this show is similar to the Persona 5 anime tie-in to me for what it feels like.
Yeah, I think we noted in the preseason too that it really feels like the show was just like rendered directly in the game engine.
Yeah, and that's about what it feels like. I'm going to put this as just an unwatched, just because I know there's going to be Toriyama stands, and I'm right there with you. I want this to be, but this was a game, not a show. All of his direct work and design features were for the game, and this show feels like a poor imitation.
Does not do justice to his legacy.
Yep.
Fair.
But, all right, so we're going to put that into unwatched.
Moving along, The New Gate. Solid trash.
Solid trash, and if you're a reader of the light novel, or like me, this is another one I've read the manga for. They crammed 50 chapters into a single episode at one point.
Yeah. I don't have anything particular of note about this. This one was very average isekai trash to me.
The only real interesting point here is the fact that it's a death game of everybody caught in a VR world a la Sword Art Online, and beats the game, gets freed, and then teleported to the fantasy world that was also the game.
Yeah, unfortunately that premise didn't actually matter much. Like, they could have easily
it matters a lot. It matters a metric ton in those 50 chapters they crammed into the last episode. I like an outrageous amount of stories.
Sorry.
That hook is so deep into the story, and the anime doesn't cover it.
Didn't matter much in the show. Let me rephrase.
Yeah. Other than that, this is trash. This is decently animated trash for the most part. All the main characters, CGI.
Cheaply animated, but not offensive in its implementation.
A lot of interesting fan service overall. It does, like I said, there are some interesting things here. This is a manga I do keep up on. Anime skips over a lot of those for the basic isekai trash and fan service.
Also, the small lolly fox girl does wake up naked in his bed at one point, as I recall. That could also be a sticking point for some viewers.
I could see that, but that was handled tactfully and for shock value, not for ichi value, which gives it a little bit better pass.
And, you know, to be fair, like, one of those things, she went to sleep there as an actual fox animal and woke up in the other form. Could have been a lot worse.
Yep. Alright, so... Boop, trash. Alrighty then.
Rinkai. Did not watch. Sports, way outside my wheelhouse.
What was this on?
I want to say this one might not have actually even been licensed. I'm not 100%.
Yep, which I am slowly finding out. Crunchyroll is going back to snatch up these unlicensed shows and airing them for mid-season stuff.
Yeah, very irritating.
We are not covering those. There is a rotation that has been followed. It is generally in the zeitgeist. We are bound by that to an extent. And nope.
If nothing else, for the logistic issues it poses.
You see this list? Do you know how many hours this is? I think it's split between two people. We could cover everything on here. Yeah, there's some shit too. There's some shit.
Oh yeah.
Cut us some slack, guys, please.
All right.
Okay.
The Fable. This one, I think you might have checked out, right?
I kept forgetting this was a thing. This is another Hulu exclusive.
Okay.
Once again, I have to bring in Hulu subtitles. Suck. so much. They are see-through gray with a lighter, more see-through gray box around them. I prefer old style fan subs to what Hulu goddamn does.
Oh, for sure. I mean, old style fan subs for the most part were pretty solid, actually.
They can be hit or miss, but
depended on the company, yeah.
No, I mean like legit fan subs.
Right? I do too.
Okay. It said company. It threw me off there for a second.
Right. Well, I mean, they formed pseudo companies in a lot of cases, like fan sub groups, I should say.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. I'll definitely agree with that. This looks interesting as a Yakuza enforcer going into witness protection. I can't tell you any more about that. This is a solid unwatch from both of us. So down you go. All right.
God's games we play. It was bad. Don't watch it.
It's extremely bad. If you want to do a mental game kind of anime, don't focus on the fan service. Don't focus on the aesthetic. Focus on the games. The games are what will kill or sink or swim your show. These are the most important parts of your show. I did not like a single goddamn game I came across in this entire show. They felt ass-pully or they felt stupid. There was not one time I went, oh, that's smart. Oh, dang, I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
I did not enjoy this.
For more information, please also see what we were saying about it in the preseason or early season show that we did. This one, it truly committed like the cardinal sins of this type of show, which is to say that it completely undermined everything that makes this kind of genre interesting and just shot itself in the foot. Cannot recommend this at all.
I think the thing that really, because we've gotten a couple of these before, they didn't feel as bad as this. They just felt dull. This tries to take No Game, No Life's aesthetic and just run with it. And it does not work.
Yeah.
Skip.
And it doesn't even do nearly as good of a job as No Game, No Life did with the ecchi content.
Oh. Yeah, skip.
It's nowhere near as competent in any respect.
All right. What do we got next?
This was that third girl band series of the season that was CGI animated, which I don't think was actually licensed, and I never ended up finding the time to try to find a way to watch this.
This one on High Dive?
No, this one I don't believe was on any streaming service. I think it was a Japan exclusive.
All right, then. We won't keep you updated. This is past us, and we'll be going into the unwatched category. I'm getting irked by how big this is getting.
Yeah,
but
it did
nothing
look
out here
kind of
justified.
Interesting, but good luck, finding the throughput to watch things that didn't even get licensed. This is the one that you were probably thinking of. Jellyfish Can't Swim in the Night. This one I do want to actually take a couple minutes to talk about.
No, go right ahead. That's kind of why I was kind of munching through a bunch of those other ones really quick.
Yeah. This one I think is definitely important to touch on. Did you end up watching any of it?
I watched the first episode.
First episode? Okay.
I think Belfie got some stuff on this too.
Oh yeah, I think Belfie did have some thoughts on this one. Here we go. Actually, no. I guess Belfi didn't cover this one.
I'm pretty sure that was okay.
I could have sworn I thought I remembered seeing something about it.
Yep.
Okay. Well, anyway, so I'll stick to kind of the Cliff Notes version of it. This is again, there were 3 girl band series this season, and actually 2 of them were High Dive, which was all of the High Dive shows this season.
I really should have canceled my subscription to High Dive for a couple months there.
And the show's art is incredible. You can see all the like amazing color palette that's going on in this title screen. All of that carries on to the show and it is like abundant throughout the show itself. It definitely has some very touching moments in it. I think that the biggest crime kind of holding this one back was that it does drag a little bit at times in the pacing, to the extent that I found myself almost losing interest a few times and had to really kind of like push myself to pay attention and keep watching the episodes. But that said, there's a lot of things in this that are of real note and interest, and despite that kind of pacing issue, this one, I'm gonna say there's a very strong argument that this one should be in the S tier, and that is because of some of the kind of subject and content that it tackles. First off, as a VTuber, this is one of the first series to really do a competent job of having a character that is a VTuber in it. We saw that Kizuno no Ai train wreck in a previous season. It is almost ineffable. It's but we do have the character in the bottom right there, is a VTuber, and an integral aspect of this show. You can see there's a little character hovering near the top of the screen there. That is the character that the group puts together as a team. It is not the VTuber's own persona, but rather the character that is created by the center character to be the face of the character on the far left, and is brought to life and animated by the character in the bottom right. The other remaining girl in kind of the top right corner there is the someone who's more crucial to like the music production side of it, with like writing the actual melodies and stuff like that.
Yep, if you ever thought VTubing was an easy thing to, I'll just grab a model and start streaming, we have both spent an innumerable amount of time and work on our models, our setups, and everything we do. This is in like when we are kind of going over, we like to see VTuber anime and how much of a train wreck the previous ones have been, and like how little they actually put into that. It's like, no, this is like the reason so many fucking VTubers care for their model characters and all that is because we have poured a good amount of our I don't want to say life into that, but I can't find a better word for it.
Yeah, I know what you're getting at. Like, not just our time and energy, but also infusing the character that you create with a large portion of yourself in some way, shape, or form to breathe life into the character.
Yep.
But yeah, so getting back to the show, that's not even the only instance VTubing in it. Like, the character herself is a VTuber that has her own model and everything, her own audience, her own following, and assists her friends with this side project. There's also another band in the show that even ends up doing like a performance with like live VTube models at one point. But those aren't even the most noteworthy aspects of the show. And I'm going to drop some pretty major spoilers here. So if you haven't watched this and you don't want spoilers, I definitely recommend kind of dropping off the stream for a minute or skipping ahead in the VOD. You have been warned. So the thing that makes this show the most noteworthy, each of these characters definitely deals with their own struggles and everything. The character in the bottom right, who is the VTuber character, found herself basically dropping out of school to pursue her VTubing career, and we slowly kind of find out that that is just like in direct contradiction to her her persona that she puts on in person, a result of some fairly intense bullying that she was undergoing. But it's not really clear why that was an issue for her or why she was such an outcast until late in the series, where there's a kind of pivotal scene towards the end there, where she confronts some of her former bullies as her friend is, being kind of harassed by them about her, and trying to put up with that. And I will make a note here that I've been kind of doing something intentionally incorrectly up until this point to hide where this is going. So, please don't fault me for that when it becomes apparent what that is. She, in the process of confronting these bullies, comes out as trans mask, which really brought a very interesting layer to this, and really made it felt all the more true to the experience that a large number of VTubers have in the community.
All right, for anyone, would you like to explain that for anyone unaware?
Yeah, so a large number of, like a significant pocket, at least, of the VTuber community are trans, and frequently VTubing is viewed as a outlet for folks who are in that category, particularly if they don't have a way to express that in their real life day-to-day. Due to, for instance, safety reasons or, opposition from their family, or whatever the case may be, that they're just not able to express themselves the way that they would like to in their real life day-to-day. And VTubing for some, particularly under those circumstances, offers an opportunity to allow yourself to present yourself in a way that represents who you feel you are on the inside. And I would say that's largely true of VTubing in general. Like, who in VTubing isn't creating a character that in some way embodies something that they aspire to or wish they could be, whether that's like fantasy fulfillment with creating a persona that has some kind of amazing superpowers, or You know, maybe it's as simple as a character that can walk when the person who is behind the camera can't, right?
Yeah.
There's so many different examples out there, like even if we just look at like popular VTuber Iron Mouse. For those not familiar with Iron Mouse, she struggles very, very hard for a very long time with a serious immune deficiency issue that keeps her holed up in the house. She's basically unable to leave her bedroom. And we see, her getting this opportunity to interact with people and explore the world by way of VTubing. And that kind of thing is so like powerful as a way to resonate with people. Like, and I apologize, I'm actually getting a little bit emotional talking about this. It's probably evident in my voice.
It's okay, especially like that's one of the beautiful things about media and going through things like this is you get to see so much representation for so much of what people want to be or how this affects their lives. And it's when shows hit like this that you get to really feel that.
Yeah. So getting back to the specific implementation in the series, the character in question has created a very masculine VTuber persona, and finally embraces that, and we see this scene as they come out literally in public and confront the people that have been devastating them emotionally to the point where they were unable to engage socially. Seeing a amazing level of acceptance from their friend, which I felt was an extremely touching moment, even though it was very downplayed. But perhaps more to the point, I think, as far as I know, this is the very first time that we have seen in anime there be an openly trans mask character. I can't think of any other examples anywhere of a character actually being objectively, specifically, openly trans mask. We've seen some like tomboy kind of things that kind of touch a little bit, kind of hinting at the boundary there, but this is the only one I can think of.
Do you mean just trans or just trans mask specifically?
Trans mask specifically. I'm pretty sure we've seen trans femme show up, although it's very rare. We've certainly seen some very trans femme coded characters. But
we had it's weird where you want to call drag into that.
Right, yeah, because drag is technically its own separate, distinct thing, right? Because like there's Tokyo Godfathers, for instance, was a very much older anime that centered on 3 specifically drag queens. I think it was. I think it was
only
3
one of them was drag.
Oh,
I think only
was it?
one was drag.
Okay.
Yeah, each one also had a different problem.
Yeah. Oh, okay, gotcha. But yes, that was like a much earlier example of some like LGBTQ representation. But this, I think, is the very, very first time we've actually seen, again, a specifically openly trans mask character represented. And also, I felt on top of that it did an amazing job with that, which seems unexpectedly rare, right?
Yeah, it wasn't in like a gag anime or a throwaway person or throwaway line.
Correct, right. Yeah, it wasn't like the butt of a joke or anything like that. It was, in fact,
technically,
like,
would you count Oran Host Club? Is that I know I haven't watched that one myself, but I know the.
That's it. But I feel like Orin Host Club, the character was a little bit transmask coded, but I don't think that we could actually consider them to be openly transmask.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's like this is the first time they've come out and said it directly, but while anime has weirdly enough, remember, Japan is a more repressed country than most others in the world.
Well, most other industrialized nations, at least.
Yeah, well, okay, I'll give you that caveat. But even then, it's like it feels like from a lot of the stuff you hear and see, like anything touching on that, their older generations just absolutely go to that point. But
Yeah, which is an interesting dynamic. I know we're digressing a bit here, but the fact that anime has been something so important to so many members of the trans community, because of even those very like coded representations of characters, it is so interesting to be juxtaposed against the fact that it's so unaccepted and restricted within that culture. I don't want to spend too much more time on this, but like, yes, I think again, like the S tier in my mind is kind of that reserved spot for things that do something like new and groundbreaking. And I think on the merit of that alone, this definitely qualifies.
All right, I will put this. I'd like if you say so on that one, because I didn't have anything necessarily against anything I watched on this show. It's just it was not for me directly, and it was a bit slow at bits for what I liked on the technical aspect.
Yeah.
But from everything you're sounding, it sounded like that. Now I will take your word on that one.
Yeah, and I can fully understand why this might not have been your strike zone, because it is very like interpersonal characters. It's very modern day setting, and it's very kind of slice of lifey, which I know are all things that are misses on your side. But yeah.
All right, moving to our next one.
Sentai Dai Shikaku. I did not watch this. I don't even know if this was available.
This is a Hulu show. That's not its
Gotcha.
translated name, because this is a show I actually did fully pick up here. And let me Hulu, please be. Let me What is all right? Yeah, okay. Here's the actual name or the translate name. Go Go Loser Ranger.
Yes, I did actually spot that as well, but they didn't have a good title card for it.
Yep. Okay, so this is a Sentai parody show where the titular main character is the skull-faced person in the middle there, who happens to be one of the if you're familiar with Power Rangers or other Sentai, what's called the grunt fighters. Not the big bad, not the monster who comes out and fights the villain, but a bunch of the literal, almost cannon fodder.
This would be the putties in Power Ranger.
Putties, Tengus, Cogs. I'm drawing up blanks. Piranatrons. God, I name all the early ones. But yeah, this is a early one of those. Duster in this one. And the whole premise of this show is the Rangers have defeated all of the big bads. But the monster, like a lot of the grunt monsters are still there, and to keep their positions, week to week, they put on a big show where they fight the Dusters again, one pretending to be a big monster, and have the battle, literal, monster of the week fight. And the show is revolving around one person after, I think it was like 12 years of going out there, getting beaten up, and pretending to be a loser, who's just finally snaps, had enough, and tries to lead a one-man coup against 5 Power Rangers who managed to kill all of the people he followed. And it goes from there. Unfortunately, it's Hulu subs, and the Hulu subs are god-awful, but the rest of the animation is absolutely beautiful. And one of the things they get away with, the main guy, because that's his actual face. Like, there's not a costume underneath that. That is how he looks. He's literally Fighter D. But he can disguise himself. He can one of the things why they've been able to beat other monsters is they can have a mild transformation mechanic. And he goes out, pretends to be other people, and slowly worms his way into these Rangers. And from there, we get to see not just corruption or how evil they are, but what these people tried to be, what they aspired to be, what they became, and so much more. Who are the monsters? Who are the heroes? It does such a amazing job on so many different aspects of it, down to the point where they even bring in religious cultism. Of hey, why do you want to join? Oh, my family joined a cult that turned to be being led by a monster who then killed everybody instead of drinking the punch. I want revenge. I bring up that because it plays a bigger part later on, but it's a very interesting concept because it's not a clear-cut good or evil. It's the main character, oh yeah, no, he's justified in just about everything he's saying here. But I don't want to say he lives in a society, but things aren't just plainly simple. The heroes are there because evil space aliens came and tried to conquer the planet. A good chunk of the Rangers aren't evil. They're just kind of people who have been handed too much power in a situation they really don't need it anymore. But once again, you didn't watch it, so you don't have too much comments. Anything you would like to know about this, or?
How was the animation on it? Because it looks like it's kind of maybe like a 3D CGI cell shade business.
It is, but with the transformation aspects and the fact that the main character, if he's hit too hard, literally crumbles to dust, they were able to do a lot of very interesting things. If I probably go back and look at it frame by frame, there are probably some scenes that look really bad.
Mm-hmm.
They managed to put such a good spin on everything they did. I cannot tell you where they would be. From beginning to end, I was entranced by this. To be fair, though, I also have an incredible soft spot for Power Rangers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That being said, this is a solid A. I almost want to push this in the S, but it does so many interesting things politically and character wise, just from what kind of people they are and what kind of because it very much comes down to, like, at one point, the main character in this, like, all right, I'm going to kill the heroes and conquer the world. Girl in yellow, all right, what's that mean? What do you mean, conquer the world? What do you want to do?
The same thing we do every night, Pinky.
That's well. The thing is, it's like, damn, yeah, no, I kind of want to go out, be famous, write a book on it. Like, oh, okay, you don't want to be like the monster overlord? Yeah, that sounds kind of cool. It's one of the few times that's not a like lower end series that takes a look at the I want to rule the world. Okay, you know what that entails? Oh yeah, it is a lot, isn't it? I don't see that. I love seeing the villains who are not so much heroes, but not in the wrong. And I also kind of love seeing the heroes that, once again, aren't also in the wrong, but also aren't good people.
Yeah, shades of gray.
Well, it's so much like morally tainted people doing good things and a morally decent person doing bad things, kind of it, just the position.
Fair.
Yep. On that note, do you think
this one's all up to you? Because
yeah, I know you haven't seen it. I kind of, just from how interesting they do go with the story in this one. If it ends bad, it might get knocked down a couple pegs, but for right now, it's riding high. I'm gonna throw this up in the S. I'm throwing this in the S.
Wow, really? Like, do you think that it has, like, okay. Let me put it this way. What to you elevates it from A to S? Does it have, like, staying power? Do you think this one's really going to be talked about? Do you think that, it does something, like, really groundbreaking?
I think this one's going to be talked about. There is so much each of the characters in it. There almost is not a throwaway character in this one. Like, I think you see one foot soldier. You see one foot soldier get taken out. Fighter M. And it managed to hit you with so much emotional impact on just that note for so little. Like, it just manages to hit. I'm having trouble wording this one. It's just that it does so much well with such unique spins on such tried and true formulas. I have to put it on top there.
Okay, so I would say that's maybe like a mastery of like genre and subversion.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
All right then. Let's see. What do we have next on the chopping block?
Whoops. Just you. Next up, we have Unnamed Memory. Did you catch any of this one?
I watched all of this. I was very much enjoying this show.
Interesting. I really wouldn't have thought that this would be in your wheelhouse.
The fantasy world. If you throw a lot of good world building at me, I tend to enjoy your show.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, it definitely had that element to it. I will say, I was really disappointed by the last couple of episodes.
This show had 3 separate canonical, this is where you should have ended at points.
Yeah, and instead they went with time travel that was kind of bad.
Well, it's
spoilers. So skip ahead if you need to, but spoilers. The final twist in this show is that the actual main character has now wiped himself out of existence in the timeline and never existed to begin with.
Which is so... I almost want to say it's a melancholy ending.
Kinda, yeah. But, like... I don't know. The execution on it lacked impact.
Well, you mean the almost no build up into, oh yeah, nope, I'm gonna erase after 2 solid good ending points.
Yeah.
Like 2, like they're like, I remember, what was it, like episode 5 or 6 or something like that. And it's just like, this is where the series should be ending. Why do we still have 6 more episodes? Well, then it's like they hit a solid ending point. Then they go a little bit more and they bring up all the unfinished baggage between the 2 main leads in this show, and they resolve them all. They literally give them the happy ending, and then the main character undoes that.
Yeah. The thing I can say that this show probably had going for it the most was the almost hollow-esque flirtiness quality that the witch character had. Like, she was fairly decent waifu material.
You know, you're saying that, and I'm kind of looking at our... Nope, never mind. I thought you didn't put Spice and Wolf on here, but it's the smaller tab.
Yeah. Yeah, they had like 7 different title cards for that one, and they were all in that aspect ratio for some reason.
Yep. So I think you might have manga covers there.
Possibly. Yeah, some shows were just harder than others to actually find like an actual like standard title card for. Anyway, I don't feel like this one's probably worth talking about too much. It was C, maybe B, but probably not, given the way it ended.
Really hurt it. It's ending really... This was
really
the show
did.
we were talking about.
Like, I probably would have called it a B if the ending weren't so garbagey.
Oh, thank you for the follow, D's cute paws. We are going over the... We are going over the our anime reviews for all new shows from last season. Just pause the All right. Yep, we have been going over that. We are actually getting fairly close to the end here. Only a couple more to go.
It's an adorable screen name.
I thought I had pre-rolled ads off. Oh, you just happened to jump in as the ads roll was just hitting.
Oh, unfortunate luck.
I'm trying out a new format of minimum length but more frequency, which kills pre-rolls, but they do pop up quite frequently for, I think, 30 second or 15 second. They're as small as they can be. But all right, this show, once again, if anybody wants to defend a show saying, oh, just because the ending was bad doesn't make the rest of the show bad. Yeah. Like, if it would have ended
there was really no payoff on this. I would say it was below the Angel show, but above the Grandpa show.
All right, so below Boring Angels, but above Grandpa Diddlers.
I feel like that's going to end up as a clip. All right.
Oh, at this point, if anybody's been clipping my channel, I am screwed on so many levels.
All right, next up we have Whisper Me a Love Song. Yuri banned anime number 3 this season, and the other show from High Dive. This I'm assuming you didn't watch.
Nope. For pause, so I do apologize not going back, but we have almost over 40 shows to get through. We are not going to recover some stuff. I hate to say what you need. We'll go back and watch the VOD, but we've gone over a bit.
Unfortunately, we are already over 4 hours into this. But also the tier list will be available at the end if you just want to get the Cliff Note version.
Yep.
What was I just doing?
Whisper Me a Love Song.
Whisper Me a Love Song. So I believe this is one of the ones that Delphi might have had some input on. That's what I was about to check.
Not as far as I can see.
Kind of thought that was on there too, but maybe not. All right. So, and I think you just said that you skipped this one, right?
I don't even. What did this air on?
This was the other High Dive show.
All right. I think I might have heard about this one.
Okay.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's the other one because I know the other one. Because did this one have an exuberant number of CGI?
No.
All right, so I had actually heard more from the other one that did not air than I did this one.
Yeah, it was the one that was not licensed. That was the cel shaded one. This one it literally starts out with a love confession, and interestingly, this is our second kind of heavily Ace Arrow coded character this season. The one who does the initial love confession, I'm spoiling the twist in episode 1 here a bit, is the Ace Arrow character, who it is then clarified later that she really just meant that she loved the performance and the music, and not that she was in love with the person. However, the confession sparks the other character, the one holding the guitar here, to in fact have some serious feels for her, and the rest of the show kind of proceeds with there's more going on than just this, but the kind of primary focus, especially in the early part, is the budding potential romance between the two. I feel like this was handled better than it was in the other show that we were talking about. Especially because this one, they're less strongly defined and heavily coded as Ace Arrow. It's more just a surface layer, I haven't experienced love before, than it is this is a major aspect of my life, and I'm not even really interested in it, and I feel like I can't experience those emotions. But it's I feel also that it was handled a lot better in that, unlike what we saw with the male lead in the other show, while the other female lead in this one does pursue her, she does so very respectfully and is not toxic about it or possessive. And I feel like there was a much better, more organic character interactions and developments in this one. That said, it's not the most amazing show out there overall. The art is alright, but again, this is another series where kind of the biggest crime is it just didn't manage to be consistently interesting, and it kind of had maybe some pacing issues or something that made it hard to really keep focus on it at times. But it did have some there's one other major issue with kind of judging and categorizing the show. It went 11 episodes in, and so I think it might have been 10 episodes in, and stopped there. And at the end of the episode, it said that there was going to be another episode, and it just has not yet happened. So I don't know if that means that it's like the number of episodes that it has currently are the number that are like noted for the series on High Dive. If you're not who are not familiar, High Dive these days tells you up front how many episodes there are going to be in the series and puts in like placeholders for them that get filled in as the episodes release. This one only had that number, so I don't know if it's supposed to have a season 2 or if it just got left unfinished or if some of the episodes were delayed or what the heck is going on. But the series did not actually end. And so that makes it a little hard to judge it because there literally is not an ending. Like, we didn't even ramp up and, like, get a climax starting in the episode that we're on.
Oh, wow. That's, that is... What's in there? Okay. That is an interesting bit. It's weird because this is the second show that really did that. So I'm not really sure what was going on there.
It's, again, and I feel like it has to do with, like, the weird structure that we're seeing increasingly with the seasons and stuff, like, just not airing on the usual schedules and everything. That said...
The Japanese crunch is finally hitting the point where they can't keep up anymore.
Maybe, yeah. And I did note that as we saw, like, these rapidly expanding number of series, the industry may really struggle to keep up with it. Maybe that's part of what we're seeing here. I feel like this one is probably B territory. It's at least probably somewhere in the neighborhood of voice actor radio. Maybe a little bit below it. I think it, yeah.
Because that's second from the bottom right now.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think it's somewhere between that and the one that's on the bottom, the train one.
Train to Nowhere.
Yeah.
Train to the End of the World.
Train to the End of the World definitely had better animation, but I feel like this had more cohesive character interactions. Yeah, that's about all I'll say about that one for now.
All right, then let's move on to
Vampire Dormitory. All right.
Belfie definitely had some stuff on this one.
Yeah. But before I jump into that, I want to point out that this was our other very trans-mask coded series this season, at least that I know of. Maybe there's more, but this one handled it much worse.
I only saw episode 1, to be fair, but I'm sorry, but what the fuck was going on with this show? How much did you watch more of this?
Yeah, I didn't finish it, but I got 8 episodes in. So I've got at least some insight. I can tell you that 8 episodes into the show, they never even bothered to really tell us why the character is, like, initially dressing mask and presenting mask. Like, we know that they work at this cafe, but it's, like, not really necessary there as far as I can tell. And, like, they don't change out of it after hours?
I almost want to say it's more drag than it is mask.
Maybe? Yeah, like, it has almost more that kind of feel to it. Because, like, the character never really identifies as male, even though they're, like, if anything, they're actively, intentionally tricking others into identifying them as male because the mistake had already been made and it was now necessary for their like survival situation. But there's, again, this is one of those, like, there's some coding there maybe, but it's definitely not explicit.
This show feels like it dances on some hot topics but doesn't want to touch any of them.
Right. And like, it's really doing it very much purely for the like market appeal element towards like a specific almost kink.
Oh yeah, no, this is female fan service, I guess would be the way to call that.
It very much is fan service targeted at the largely female audience.
Honestly, like we brought up Orin Host Club before, this almost feels like it wants to be that again, but less smart and more fan servicey.
Yeah, even less much less competently.
That's a show so old I don't want to actually look up how far back it came out again.
Well, it's far enough back that even the remake is like at least a few seasons back now, so.
Oh my god, there was a remake.
Yeah.
Okay,
but
the animation is that very, I don't want to say shoujo style, but
shoujo's, yeah, like Bishonen style is probably more accurate.
Yeah. Okay, because you got much more to say, or do we want just?
No, I'll skip to what Belfie had to say on the topic. Belfie said between A and B, a bit of a rough start, but the last few episodes took me for a loop in a good way. Very reminiscent of old romance animes. I can't judge it on the last few episodes because I did not finish the series. Personally, although this was one of the ones that was like actually in my rotation and I really made a solid effort to keep up with it, I think it's pretty telling that I wasn't able to still push to accomplish that.
This sounds like a C tier from the praise we were getting from Belfie and your meh and my on it.
Yeah, I think that's probably relatively fair.
Unnamed memory, lower or higher, you think?
I don't know. I'll trust Belfie enough on this that we'll say that it maybe should go a little bit higher than that, since it actually supposedly has a good ending and not a terrible one.
Okay, so above Absol the Centrix then, or?
I'd put it below that.
Okay. Because Dragon Raj, it's like, as much as I know that had problems, like this show, I don't think is better than that.
Yeah. Salad Bowl, at least was relatively consistently interesting to me. This one was a struggle to watch, to be honest.
Okay, then I think we're gonna have a couple quick ones coming up.
Very teen romance novel. If you don't enjoy that, you're not gonna enjoy this.
What am I looking at?
I believe this is actually the golf anime that came out this season.
Why is there a soccer or European football net behind her?
It's fabulous question. I have no idea because I did not watch the series.
I think I've heard of this. I don't even know what this was airing on. Did this air in a place you could legally watch this in English-speaking nations?
I honestly don't know. I didn't see it anywhere. It might have been like hiding on Crunchyroll somewhere, or maybe like Netflix.
I tried to keep an eye out for most of those, and I could not find anything.
Yeah, I can only tell you I did not spot it, which is part of why, aside from the fact that it's sports, I did not give it a watch.
All right, skipping on. What do we got here? All right, so it turns out there's a mecha show I did not know about.
Again, saying a lot about the advertising push here.
Like, I am a mecha stan. I love me my giant robots. What the fuck was this on? It's not Crunchyroll. It's not Netflix. It's not Hulu. And I'm damn sure it's not High Dive. Amazon, are you taking up anime again? I know HBO's not. Not Paramount.
Maybe it could be Amazon. I always forget that they do anime sometimes.
They haven't done new anime. What do you know what this one was called?
Shinka Lion. It's actually very, very small text inside the Japanese logo.
Is that Shinka Lion? I don't know. We could not find this. I could not find this. I should have been able to find this.
Might be something that you need to go visit and post.
All right, unwatched. There you go. All right, now let's get out of these into something we can both probably talk about.
All right, Spice and Wolf.
Oh yeah, that's a book cover right there.
Yeah. This is the reboot, obviously.
Hold on a second for this one, because we actually have an interesting perspective here. Because I am aware of the original run, I have never actually watched it. It's always been one of those on my infinite to watch lists. I believe you have watched the original run.
Yes, the original run is definitely a major all-time favorite for me.
And for most of the people I do hear about this show had a lot to live up to. And as somebody who has not watched the original, I found this show to be very okay. I liked Holo. I liked our main lead. I liked a lot of the stuff that happened. There was nothing that blew me away. Honestly, the fact that this got a simul dub and was very easy for me to binge on is the biggest reason I watched as much of it as I did initially.
All right. I'm gonna step in and say that I actually did not end up completing this, even though I was such a strong fan of the original. And I think you just touched on some elements there that are really contributing to that. First off, it was a mistake to ever reboot this show. I understand the impetus to do so. The original run is, over 10 years old now, and they wanted to, complete the series, and they wanted to, have it be known to people as they did so, right? The original show, though, probably had enough of a fan following, to be honest, to allow them to just continue it without rebooting it.
I did hear about that. I heard they were definitely looking at it. The problem is apparently a major arc was skipped over in the original run that is very important to the final arc.
Yeah, I think I do remember something being mentioned about that. I don't care. The reality is, even if they had to retcon something, I think it still would have been better than doing what they did. The original show was so well crafted, and the fine, delicate interactions in it were what made it so amazing and are the reason that it is talked about to this day.
And
This...
that is...
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, that's kind of where I was at my half. It's like, when Holo and our main character were like just having some downtime together, I enjoyed their interactions so much.
Exactly. And that is the problem with this reboot. This reboot destroyed that, frankly. First off, a note on the English dub. The character that they chose, or sorry, the voice actress that they chose, just did not embody the character properly. Too deep of a voice, doesn't feel like it matches Holo's build at all, but much more importantly, she's frankly too lewd. Like, Holo just isn't quite that kind of character. She's supposed to be, like, gentle, teasingly flirtatious, not openly, aggressively lewd.
Which, yeah, it was always a weird ask, because I felt like in this show, the main character kind of just decided to not respond to her doing that stuff.
Yeah, and here's, again, part of the issue. Like, and you're really catching on to a lot of the stuff that is a major issue with this. In the original, they spent a lot more time developing the characters and allowing them to have that kind of downtime, and doing, like, these little side questy things that, you know, in most series would maybe be considered, like, filler content. But here, were very, very crucial to the character development, and getting them to the place where when those scenes happen, they make sense. And without those scenes where these characters, you know, deepen that relationship and really, like, establish that kind of, like, back and forth quip that they have, it comes off all wrong when you see something like that laid out. Like, that kind of forwardness is supposed to be built on a whole lot of back and forth where we establish that that is out of character for the character, and that he is supposed to reject and rebuff that because he knows that she's actually toying with him here.
Yeah, because they did feel like there was so much of times where their emotions just were on switches that flip back and forth.
Yeah, and that is completely contrary to what made the original series good, and what makes Holo as a character the, like, super S-tier waifu that people are still holding dear in their hearts to this day. I'm
starting to think about it, because, like, I did watch bits and pieces of it. I think the first major arc where they're dealing with the church and a bunch of other stuff, I believe that was closer to, like, either 12 or 24 episodes, and in this, it's resolved by episode 6.
Correct, yes, and that's, like, kind of like the core of where all this is coming from, right? Like, they just burned through and put all this focus on the central plot. No one gives, and I'm going to curse here, which is rare for, you know, me on these kind of streams, no one gives a shit about the central plot in Spice and Wolf. It is not what the anime is about. No one cares.
A little piece of me is almost wondering if they're trying to do a Brotherhood thing and just try to burn through the original to get to the new stuff.
It seems like exactly what they're trying to do. And again, the problem with that is you're not setting up new people to understand the show well, so why bother having a reboot? You're alienating your existing fan base, so why bother having a reboot? And you're doing it all, like, ham-fistedly, Like, the only people that you can expect to stick with this are people that had a huge love of the original who are now disappointed in the product that you've put out because you scraped everything that they loved out of it.
Who knows? Maybe we'll get to the point where it's like, no, you watch up to this point, and then you switch over to the new stuff.
Possibly, yeah. But very much so, like, yeah, this was... The church arc that they're in was supposed to be, like, the season finale for season 1. And as you observed, like, it's dealt with by, like, 4 to 6 episodes into this show. And that just did not give enough time for character development in what is 100% a character-driven show. Again, no one cares about the plot. The plot is not what is important.
Yes. Oh, okay. So that is the final... that's kind of what I was getting a feel for, because this just did not live up to the hype and the thing. Because I have friends who are mad. I've got a friend who has, like, the original Blu-ray release of this series.
Mm-hmm.
And he holds that like, yes.
Yeah. I feel, frankly, that to watch this version of the show, especially to watch it first, before having seen the original, does yourself an extreme disservice. As much as I love Spice and Wolf, I'm inclined to to put this show, this reboot, in the skip category.
Oh.
Because, to me, it's that fundamentally undermining to what made this a beloved property.
All right, I'll take your word of that, because, like I said, this did feel like legacy, and I would have probably thrown this into a C tier. Like, I can definitely see that bringing it down.
I agree on your on that. Like, if this were just a completely new show on its own merits, sure, fine, C tier, whatever. The animation was pretty decent. It was okay. But when you're comparing it inevitably to what it has to live up to what it is supposed to be replacing, it is a tragedy.
Yeah. All right, so we have our last show of the season.
This was a did not watch. I'm sure you have some choice words for this one, though.
All right. For the end here, you mind if I kind of go out on a little bit of a rant?
Sure. Let me just double check and make sure we don't have... Okay, yeah, this is the last one.
Yeah,
Go
I
for
see
it.
the counter. That's why I was kind of like, all right. So this high-speed Atali. This is a racing anime. So would you count racing anime as part of the sports genre?
Vaguely, yeah.
This tries to be a modern, futuristic racing show. And what I mean by that, this is a show where everybody's driving futuristic cars whose only futuristic aspect... Okay, let me rephrase it. There are 2 futuristic aspects to their cars. They have a turbo they can use once per race.
Very futuristic. Obviously nothing that exists on today's vehicles.
And about half the racetrack cars are run by AI.
Wait, sorry. I do need to interject one more thing. From the technical standpoint, a turbo isn't something that you just use. A turbo is something in the real world that is like a passive feature of your car. It's not something you turn on and off mid-race. Like, to turn off a turbo, you would have to uninstall it from your engine.
No, I meant turbo as in the video game sense.
Yeah, I figured that's what you meant, but nonetheless, like, it's one of those, like, immersion-breaking things for what's supposed to be a sports anime, right?
Oh, there is little to no immersion in the show.
Yeah. Proceed.
All right. So because I'm going to get to the other stuff. I want to get the stuff that irks me on a fundamental level because I enjoy race. I don't enjoy most sports anime. I enjoy racing. Red Line. I'm trying to think of the other ones right at the top, off the top of my head. Initial D. There are a lot of great shows, and there's a variety of different ways you can approach a good racing anime. Some like Initial D takes the very technical, very down to earth aspects of what it takes to drive, to go through your car, what tracks, why tires are important. And then you have the other aspect of it, the futuristic fanciful, which Redline nails of let's be crazy, let's have these cars do all these things.
Heck, even Speed Racer.
Yes, like Speed Racer is a fun balance. It tries to be no Speed Racer is an advanced cars kind of thing. Everything's wacky, everything's goofy, everything's that. This tries to be like that. Only it decides it wants to be a technical anime too. So everything's grounded and realistic in these futuristic space cars that run off the next generation of fossil fuels. They actually call them fossil fuels.
Oh dear. I do want to point out as well that that's not a premise that's like not the fossil fuel things, but what you were talking about before that. It's not inherently impossible to have a good show that has those elements combined, but you do need a very high level of skill and resources to pull something like that off in a way that is effective and good. And that is clearly not what happened here.
I don't even know on that end, because I love the Hot Wheels shows, and those all, even the ones that try to be more grounded, they throw, we'll do some fancy basic stuff, but then they're going to throw it out the window when the car goes turbo, pulls out a grappling hook, then rocket jumps it to the next track over.
Well, okay, let me put it this way, right? If you have a futuristic setting like Star Wars, where everything isn't supposed to make sense, there's supposed to be this veil of mysticism, and then you try to do a technical explanation, you end up with midichlorians, and people hate it. If you try to do a futuristic setting where everything is supposed to be grounded in reality and science from the ground up, like Star Trek, and everything has, relatively speaking, well-researched and thoughtful ideas and concepts driving it, then you will establish an amazing fan base in all likelihood. So I think what I'm getting at here is that it's not impossible to have something that is both futuristic and technical, but it has to be approached from more of a grounded sci-fi perspective than a fantasy perspective, which is clearly not what they did.
This is neither. They decided to put a bunch of next generation sci-fi terms and concepts into the show, and then it's just NASCAR.
And then they were making a left turn.
At one point, they decided to put an AI assisted driver into the main character's car. It's just a pit chief, if you know what that is.
No.
Okay, so a little technical aspect of it, because like I said, I enjoy this genre. A pit chief, I'm not going to be oversimplifying stuff, but is somebody who is generally in the pits, gets to watch the track from the outside, and talks to the driver, saying hey, this is happening here, this is over there, watch out for this.
Oh yeah, I got you. Like the friend who radios TAC in Initial D, or like the support staff that they have in its spiritual successor.
Yeah, it's exactly that, and that's all this AI kind of turns into.
Which honestly probably would have been worse if they had it actually driving, because then why even have a driver?
Well, that's it. I think they were supposed to, like, the AI was supposed to learn from the driver because the other AI drivers they have are always dead last. It's like they're the bots in a Mario Kart game when you bring over your friends.
Got it.
And then there are so many interesting things they screw. So the main character of this, she's a ballerina who broke her leg. Do you know why she got recruited?
I should remember this because this was mentioned. I remember back in the early season review stuff, but I don't remember.
She decided to start playing a lot of racing games while she was recovering, and she got really good at them. You have the other racers who are also there to kind of get into it, and they just all fall flat. You have the big guy to be the king of racing, the person that wins so fast and so often. They had to put in a special clause that he can't. If you win a race, you can't race in that track again for the next season because he was winning every race.
You know, also of note, if you watch a series like Initial D, it'll become readily apparent that someone who has, like, chronic leg problems would really not be able to be a top-tier racer because pedal work is extremely important to racing at the high, like, professional level.
That's questionable with modern-day high-end tracks since they've taken out the pedals.
What?
A lot of high-end racing is done off the
I know what you're talking
wheel.
about, the steering wheel ones, yeah. Gotcha.
Which, not too bad. But, okay, so it's a racing show that doesn't have good racing. It doesn't have characters. It doesn't understand how to use the technology in it. And then we get to the animation, which is CGI. Completely and utterly. And it's all the bad CGI. To the point where I was watching the first episode and got motion sickness somehow.
Yeah, I do recall you mentioning that.
I have gone through and skimmed the later stuff and to try to watch some of that to make sure I wasn't going to be in vomit-inducing stupor on a binge. The later stuff does not hit me. Like, it's only the first, but it's cut race commentary, cut race commentary, cut race commentary, cut race commentary. It's like bouncing around so much. I had a map in front of my face where people were, and I could not tell what was happening. The commentary is bad. The characters are flat. If it wasn't for the fact that, I don't know, is this a gacha game? No, it can't be because there's actual goddamn sponsorships on the cars, on the walls, in the track. This show feels like sponsorships were put out and they all came together to make a racing anime because racing animes have sponsorships. And then they took all of the basic tropes, ran them together, and made a plot from that. Okay, but with that out of the way, skip. This is going at the bottom of the skip pile. If you wanted to watch anything else, absolutely anything else,
yeah, so
do that.
Not only not interesting, but will make you physically uncomfortable in all likelihood. Doesn't get much worse than that, really.
It has only negative qualities. But with this, we have finally reached the end of our spring 2024 anime list.
And I can finally start watching some of the new anime without feeling guilty and overwhelmed.
Yep, I feel the same on that.
And probably in a couple weeks here already, we will be looking at the new season already.
Yep, we will probably be back here either I would say the start of the next month. I don't want. I like to have a little bit of gap in between stuff.
Yeah, that's fair. And also, there's so many like late releases that even though some of the early episodes are coming up on, or early releases are coming up on episode 3 already, the late releases are maybe not even on episode 1 yet.
Yep. But any final comments you would like to say from this season, Yuki?
This one was pretty overwhelming.
That's about what I was going to say too. Overwhelming was the word for this season.
Yeah, I mean, we see a large number of stuff in Unwatched. To be fair, a fair number of those were never officially legally licensed, as far as we know or can tell. But even so many series, and
Hulu has repeated to be a jail for series that
yeah,
in America at least, or in the West.
And we have a surprising number of skips this time as well.
On the other note, though, we have also a good chunk of A tier that is a step below breaking. Like, while our S's don't quite knock it out of the absolute park as some previous seasons have, there are some overall such solid shows that no matter what genre you like, you had great things to watch this season.
Yeah, I feel like we had an unusually even distribution in our categories this time. Normally we'd be seeing a lot more stuff near the middle in like the C and B's. Not how things panned out this time.
Yep. But I think with this, I think it's good to call it for the night. It's late to the point where if I raid anybody, it's not going to be anybody I know or I'm going to follow from now on. So
probably seen here, but I'll just double check.
Yeah, I got nothing in that.
I've got us.
Yeah,
no, actually, I do see. Looks like Swimming Link is live.
Would you like me to send me the name for that person, please?
That would be the name, Swimming Link.
I copy paste into there, so
gotcha.
I get it right.
I'll act for you. There you go.
Okay. Oh yeah, I think you've pulled this. Oh, Final Fantasy IX as well too. My favorite of the Final Fantasies.
Yeah, we've. I'm pretty sure both collabed with Swimming Link before. I've definitely done that a few times. I think we were all in a game of golf together a while back, though.
Okay. But all right, I am ready to head out. If you are.
Yep, I actually already hit the raid button.
Okay, so everyone on my side, I will catch you all later, and we should be back with the next seasons of anime. And dear God, is it going to be something?
Until next time, bye-bye everybody, Matane! That's all for this episode. If you enjoyed, please like, comment, subscribe, or join me on Twitch or Twitter. Hope to see you next time on Yukikaze Gaming. Matane!